So here's the thing. While I was busy doing whatever important stuff I do, the whole kingdom decided to lose its collective mind. Let me catch you up. Up north, in this big industrial city called Zyso, a bunch of factory workers were getting drunk after work and talking trash about the Sand People. You know, the usual, blaming them for the plague, saying the army shot a bunch of them, whole desert towns burned down, not even a lizard left alive. Real cheerful dinner conversation. One genius even started a guessing game about the body count. His buddies nearly tackled him. Shut up, you idiot. The military police are everywhere. Classic bar moment. Guy's one beer away from getting himself arrested. But then, oh boy, some dude comes sprinting into the tavern waving a newspaper like it's a winning lottery ticket. The Western Army has rebelled. 2 whole army groups are marching on the capital. Everyone's brains just broke. The whole bar went silent for about 2 seconds, then exploded. People were running outside, newspapers raining from the sky like the world's worst confetti party. Military police were blowing whistles, screaming at everyone to squat down and drop the papers. Nobody listened, obviously. Meanwhile, in some slum, this little mute girl named Nora, maybe 10 years old, clever as a fox, snatched a newspaper and brought it home to an old sand-person man who was basically just existing, sitting there drinking, staring at nothing, looking like his soul had already checked out. He started reading the paper to her like it was bedtime story duty, all bored and dead inside. And then something on that page hit him like a lightning bolt. The man literally jumped out of his chair. Tears, laughter, the whole show. He's screaming about ancient gods waking up, the Snake Lord returning, their wind sand deity being saved. Full religious awakening in a broken shack. 0 to profit in 3 seconds flat. Nora, pack everything. We're going west. Right now. Poor Nora just stood there blinking like, "Sir, you were a zombie 5 minutes ago," but she packed up anyway. They vanished from the slums faster than rent day. And because the universe apparently wasn't done being dramatic, somewhere in the empty northern wastelands, a giant sand rat wrapped in a tornado of sand was chasing airships across the sky with bloodshot crazy eyes, spreading fresh plague and chaos everywhere it went. Just another normal day in the kingdom, really. Okay, so while I was off dealing with my own nonsense, let me tell you what was happening in the sky above the northern desert, because apparently, everyone in this kingdom has decided to compete for worst week ever. The third Prince of Winston was riding around in a royal airship, having a lovely existential crisis. His bodyguard Gavin was trying to cheer him up, which, spoiler alert, was not working. At all. See, the whole mess started because the Mechanical Empire's church had been hiding information. The plague destroying the Sand People's territory? Yeah, turns out the Empire's bishops knew exactly what was causing it. Some heretic god waking up underground. But they just didn't mention it. For months. Like a roommate who sees the kitchen on fire and decides it's not their problem because they didn't cook. The third prince was basically pulling his hair out going, "They played us like fools." And Gavin was like, "Yes, they absolutely did. Those arrogant jerks." Real productive conversation. But here's the real kicker, their brilliant plan. They were luring the thing that was causing all this chaos. And what was this thing, you ask? A giant, plague-spreading sand rat, 30 meters long, 50-meter tail, glowing red eyes, wrapped in its own personal sandstorm that killed everything it touched, grass, animals, probably someone's good mood. And these geniuses were deliberately making it chase their airships. For 3 days, just dangling themselves like bait on a fishing line. Except the fish is the size of a building and carries the apocalypse in its fur. The plan? Lure this psychotic divine rodent westward, toward me, basically, and hope it would fight the Silver Lord. You know, just casually smash 2 gods together and pray the kingdom survives the collateral damage. Gavin pitched this like it was a good idea. Maybe the plague rat will solve the rebel army problem too. Sure, buddy. Along with the alive civilians problem. The third prince wasn't buying it though. He pointed out something pretty important. This sand rat god was traditionally a subordinate deity of the Silver Lord. That's me-adjacent territory, apparently. So what happens if the rat sees its old boss and suddenly snaps out of its crazy episode? Then instead of 2 gods fighting, you've got 2 gods teaming up. Congratulations, you played yourself. But what really had the prince spooked was his dad, King Stannon the 16th. The old man had been practically on his deathbed 2 years ago. Then the Mechanical Empire's church healed him, and now he was suspiciously healthy and energetic. The prince couldn't put his finger on what was wrong, but something about dear old dad felt off, like a knockoff painting that's technically perfect but just doesn't sit right. Meanwhile, down on the ground, the rat god was having the worst identity crisis I've ever heard of. 1 second it's screaming, "Humans! Die! Die! Die!" like a furry ball of apocalyptic rage. The next second it's having a moment of clarity going, "Wait. I'm the sand rat god of Lysexia. I need to go back underground. Must separate divine powers." Running out of time. And right when it starts calming down and trying to burrow back into the earth, boom, the airships drop more bombs on it. The bishop on board hits it with some kind of diamond-shaped laser beam that leaves a burn scar. So naturally the rat goes absolutely ballistic again. Back to full crazy mode. And, fun detail, every time it goes crazy, it gets slightly bigger and darker, which the bishop was watching very carefully through his fancy mechanical instruments, probably taking notes like a scientist poking a hornet's nest and writing down, "Yes, the hornets are indeed angry." So to summarize the kingdom's master plan: poke the plague god until it can't think straight, make it chase you toward another god, hope they kill each other, and if innocent people die along the way, well, omelets and eggs, right? I live in the best-run kingdom on the continent. Truly. All right, buckle up, because this is the one where I finally got off my divine behind and did something spectacular. So the stage was set. Zayn and the Restoration Army, the 5th and 13th Army groups, had been steamrolling through the Western Territory for 5 days. A third of the whole region just surrendered. Town saw us coming and basically said, "Yeah, no thanks, we choose living, smart people." But everyone knew the real fight was at Byron City. The kingdom's parliament panicked so hard they threw everything at it. 5 entire army groups, over 700,000 soldiers, dug into a massive defensive line stretching dozens of kilometers. Trenches, artillery, airships buzzing around like angry wasps. The works. Our side, about 300,000 troops. So roughly half their numbers. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Totally fine. Zayn was standing on an airship looking down at this absolute mess, and Duke Gideon and Duke Hayes were doing that classic noble thing where they pretend to casually chat, but are actually fishing for information. Their real question? So, is the god going to show up, or what? Because math isn't mateing here. Hayes, bless his pragmatic heart, laid it out straight. Even 700,000 pigs wouldn't go down in one hit, which, rude comparison to the enemy's soldiers, but technically accurate. See, the kingdom's strategy was actually pretty clever. They didn't need to win. They just needed to stall, throw bodies at us, drain my power, and bleed us dry with a war of attrition. The parliament politicians were basically saying, "Oh, your god is strong? Cool, let's see how strong he is after fighting 700,000 men, those sneaky bureaucratic murderers." What they miscalculated, badly, was exactly how much juice I had in the tank. So Zayn, being the dramatic legend he is, just smiled at the two confused dukes and said, "My lord's divine power is far beyond what you or the parliament can imagine." Then he jumped off the airship. Just leaped. No parachute. No warning. The two dukes stood there looking like someone had stolen their lunch money. Did he just? Yes. Yes, he did. Then his voice floated back up. "Well, what are you waiting for? Signal the attack." And so it began. Artillery roared. Cavalry charged down hillsides. 2,000 riders thundering across the plains toward the enemy positions. The kingdom's infantry marched out of their trenches in perfect lines, shoulder to shoulder, doing that beautiful, terrifying, completely insane thing called line infantry tactics. Rows of men walking toward each other, loading muskets, and shooting in organized volleys. First row, kneel, load. Second row, stand, load, fire. Watching through Zayn's eyes, even I had to pause. This era's version of warfare was basically stand in a neat line and politely take turns shooting each other. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But effective, in a horrifying sort of way. Soldiers were dropping like flies on both sides. And that's when I decided I'd seen enough. I'd been hiding underground this whole time. My real body coiled beneath the battlefield like the world's most overpowered landmine. I gave my 3 divine blessed agents their instructions across different battle zones, and then I moved. The ground screamed. What started as a rumble instantly became a full-blown earthquake. The kingdom's defensive mountain positions, those lovely fortified hills they were so proud of, just cracked open. And from the splitting earth, 8 massive tentacles of liquid silver erupted skyward. 8, each over a kilometer long, each as thick as a skyscraper. For one beautiful, horrible moment, every single person on that battlefield, both sides, just stopped and stared up. Then the whips came down. Boom, boom, boom. Mountains shattered. The ground exploded. Within a 2 to 3 kilometer radius, the kingdom's impenetrable defense line simply ceased to exist. Just gone. Replaced by craters and dust and things I'd rather not describe in detail. The kingdom's soldiers? Their legendary high morale. Yeah, that evaporated faster than water in a desert. Hard to feel brave when 8 silver skyscraper tentacles just deleted your entire fortification and everyone in it. Their faces went completely blank. The lights were on, but nobody was home anymore. But here's the thing. My own soldiers were terrified too. The frontline restoration troops were shaking like leaves, staring at the destruction I'd just caused. Sure, they knew I was on their side. But watching mountains get casually demolished by your team's god hits different when you're standing close enough to feel the shockwave knock you off your feet. They started cheering. I use quotes because it was the most scared cheering I've ever heard. Praise the Silver Lord. Glory to. Oh God, please don't hit us too. Praise the God of abundance. I emerged from the ruined hillside in my full divine form, looked back at my trembling army, and just smiled. Whatever. Fear worship is still worship, I guess. But then, and this is the part I'm actually proud of, I sent out a wave of green healing light across the entire Restoration Army's side of the battlefield. Every soldier with a bullet wound, healed. Every poor soul who'd had a limb blown off by artillery, arm grew back, leg regenerated. Good as new. Flesh and bone knitting together in real time. The silence lasted about 3 seconds. Then the real cheering started. Not the scared kind. The, oh my God, this is actually real, kind. Soldiers who had been crawling in the dirt with missing legs were suddenly standing up, staring at their brand new limbs, tears streaming down their faces. A miracle. The Lord's miracle. And just like that, the fear vanished from my army like it had never existed. Replaced by genuine, soul-deep awe spreading through the ranks faster than any plague ever could. 700,000 kingdom soldiers staring at broken mountains and thinking about running. 300,000 of MY soldiers staring at regenerated limbs and ready to run through walls for me. Parliament wanted a war of attrition? They wanted to drain my power? Gentlemen, I'm just getting started. Let me give you some context on the kingdom I'm currently dismantling, because honestly, the numbers are kind of hilarious. Winston Kingdom, 840,000 square kilometers, 52 million people, top 5 in the continent. 2 million soldiers on payroll. 2 million. For a country of 52 million. That's basically every guy who can hold a stick sideways getting a uniform. And here's the beautiful scam. The politicians across all 16 nations on the continent have this secret gentleman's agreement where they all pretend they're about to go to war with each other. Oh no, tensions are so high. We definitely need more soldiers. Meanwhile, behind closed doors, they're all sipping wine together going. So, found any gods to hunt lately? The entire continental arms race is just an elaborate excuse to build god-killing armies. And the regular people? They're paying 15 to 17% of their income in taxes to fund this whole charade. Paying for their own chains, basically. But thanks to Zane's propaganda campaign, the cat was out of the bag now. His people had spread newspapers and pamphlets across every major city in the kingdom, and suddenly the public was having the world's most heated argument. Team, the snake god is evil. An ancient god waking up? Obviously here to enslave humanity. Fight to the death. Team, actually maybe gods were cool, but the legends say life was great under the old gods. They taught us everything. Writing, civilization, how to use snakes as pets. Team, I don't believe any of this. Gods are just big animals. None of this is real. Strong willpower beats everything. This debate was everywhere. Bars, street corners, city councils, and, most entertainingly, the army itself. Speaking of which, Let me paint you a picture from the rear lines of the kingdom's forces. A bunch of supply soldiers were marching along, having the most perfectly timed debate in military history. One guy, a former 7th Army soldier who'd been reorganized into logistics after the Seas River disaster, was playing tough guy. Oh, those soldiers who actually saw the god? Total wrecks, locked up in psych wards. They say the snake was over a kilometer long, could turn trees into monsters. But obviously that's just hallucinations. The officers said it's all illusions. Strong willpower beats it. Another soldier, the sweet simple type, was quoting our propaganda word for word. But the restoration pamphlets say the Silver Lord is actually kind. He taught our ancestors everything. He just came back to check on us, and the greedy nobles try to hunt him. And if we join Lysexia, everyone gets magical powers and a better life? Tough guy scoffed. You believe that? Sounds like every cult recruiter I've ever met. Join us and get superpowers. Please. Also, what even is Lysexia? Anyone heard of it? 7 guys. Nope. 2 guys. Actually, my grandpa used to tell stories about. Tough guy. Wait, seriously? And right in the middle of this beautiful philosophical debate about whether I'm a benevolent deity or an overgrown lizard. The front of their convoy stopped dead. Horses started screaming. Soldiers started screaming louder. One brave idiot climbed on top of a supply wagon to see what was happening, and his brain immediately blue-screened. Because rolling toward them across the entire horizon, edge to edge, was a tsunami of snakes. Thousands. Millions. A living carpet of scales covering the earth as far as the eye could see. And in the center of that snake ocean, a 1,000-meter vine serpent, a massive construct I'd made from woven plant matter, slithering across the landscape like a dragon playing in water, crashing into the ground as it moved. Standing on top of this magnificent vine snake were 3 tiny figures. Mackie, my delightful little chaos gremlin, was having the time of her life. Huh, this is amazing. Faster, big snake, faster. There's more people over there. Let's catch them all. She was treating an actual military campaign like a game of tag. Zero understanding of the gravity of war. Maximum enthusiasm. I love this kid. Dora, turning green beside her, was trying not to vomit while shouting, Mackie, slow down. And don't kill anyone. Just tie them up with the vines. And behind both girls stood Joel, Dora's father, stone-faced and silent on the outside, but internally losing his mind with excitement. The man was watching the snake tide obliterate entire army units and thinking, yes, this is peak masculinity. I will earn this power someday. Buddy, you're standing on a 1,000-meter plant snake watching your 10-year-old daughter's friend lasso soldiers with magic vines. Your definition of manly has gotten very weird. Behind the snake wave, a restoration cavalry unit was just trudging along exhausted, picking up all the soldiers my divine agents had tied up. Their job was literally just collect the prisoners the god already defeated. Easiest and most psychologically devastating job in military history. So here's the final scoreboard for the day. The Western Front decisive battle was happening simultaneously across 4 different directions. In each one, either I personally or one of my 3 blessed agents was leading the charge. The kingdom's 700,000 troops, their entire available reserve force, were crumbling like wet bread. Strong willpower beats illusions, that supply soldier had said. Brother, I'd love to see your willpower when a kilometer-long vine snake and an ocean of Real, very bitey snakes come rolling over the horizon toward your supply wagon. 700,000 soldiers. At the rate things were going? One day? That's all I needed. One single day to shatter the entire army, capture everyone, and end this war. The Parliament wanted a battle of attrition. They wanted to slowly grind me down. I finished their entire military in a lunch break. Let me tell you about the most embarrassing military collapse in the history of this continent. And I caused it by basically just going for a walk. Picture this. Me, in my full silver serpent form, 300 meters of divine magnificence, just casually slithering across the countryside. Wherever I passed, flowers bloomed, grass sprouted, trees grew from nothing. The ground behind me turned into a literal road of silver, gleaming like somebody paved it with liquid moonlight. Behind me, restoration cavalry galloped like knights escorting their god. Which, I mean they were. 20 airships floated overhead, keeping watch. It was very cinematic. I was feeling myself. Then the kingdom's artillery opened up. Hundreds of cannonballs screaming toward me through the sky. I looked at them. Just looked. Every single cannonball froze midair, turned to stone, and dropped harmlessly at my feet like sad little rocks. The artillery kept firing because apparently nobody told them that shooting pebbles at a god is not a winning strategy. So I just kept walking through a gentle rain of stone balls bouncing off the road ahead of me. Very relaxing, actually, like a weird mineral spa treatment. Then a cavalry battalion showed up on a hilltop. Their officer, pale as a ghost, screamed, "Charge," with the enthusiasm of a man who knows he's about to die. His soldiers took one look at me and went, "Nah. Are you kidding me? We're supposed to fight that? Why should we die for the Parliament nobles? Let them grab a sword and try." I quit. Me too. The mutiny spread through their ranks faster than gossip at a tea party. And honestly, I respected it. These guys were watching me turn cannonballs to stone while flowers bloomed under my belly. They could do basic math. One soldier even gave a whole speech to his buddies, pointing at me and listing evidence like a lawyer. Look, he's not even killing anyone. The soldiers who attacked him are just tied up in vines. And look at the restoration troops behind him. Not a single cannonball gets through his protection. We've been lied to by the nobles. By this point, 3 defensive lines had already crumbled in under 4 hours. Tens of thousands of soldiers captured. On every front, north, south, center, the kingdom's headquarters was getting nothing but bad news. My 3 blessed agents were carving through their lines like the enemy was made of warm butter. Kingdom casualties from my side. Almost 0 deaths after the initial battle. Because after that first demonstration of power, I switched to non-lethal mode. Vines, roots, grass. I just grew plants around enemy soldiers and tied them up like birthday presents. The restoration troops following behind me just had to walk up to bundles of confused, vine-wrapped soldiers and say, "You're a prisoner now." Easiest POW collection in military history. And the best part, the surrenders got increasingly hilarious the further I went. My favorite was this cavalry colonel. When his men refused to charge, he put on his angry face and yelled, "You want to betray the kingdom?" One of his soldiers immediately called him out. "Oh, come on, Colonel. We all know you were waiting for us to do this first." The colonel's angry face cracked instantly. He sputtered for a second, then just went, "Fine. Yeah, okay. This war is pointless anyway. You know what? Winston Kingdom is probably done for. But hey, silver lining. We might be the first country on the whole continent ruled by an actual god. That's pretty cool, right?" Everyone dismount. We surrender. He was literally the first person off his horse. Threw his gun on the ground so fast, it was like it burned him. His men roared. "The colonel says surrender. Unless you guys want to find out what it feels like to get vines shoved up your..." Everyone dismounted immediately. The military police watching from behind, they looked at each other, shrugged, and surrendered too. Then the artillery battery behind them also stopped firing, sat down on the ground, and waited politely to be collected. It was like dominoes. Beautiful, cowardly, extremely rational dominoes. The real hardcores, the true believers, the die for the kingdom types, had all been in the first 3 defense lines. Already dealt with. Everything behind them was reserve troops, militia units, the B team. Their fighting spirit could be described as theoretically present. I didn't even have time to process all these surrendering soldiers. Neither did my cavalry escort. They just rode past entire battalions of men sitting on the ground with their hands up, yelling over their shoulders, "Stay there. Someone will come get you later. And don't try running." Very dignified prisoner management. Oh, and about my cavalry escort. Those guys had been galloping behind me for over 100 kilometers at this point. How were they not dead from exhaustion? Because every time I noticed their horses slowing down, I'd toss them a little buff. A green glow, stamina restored, horses fresh as morning. Like dropping a healing item in a video game. I found it genuinely entertaining. Just periodically refreshing my little cavalry entourage like they were a Tamagotchi I was keeping alive. And they were losing their minds with devotion every time I did it. By the end, these riders were so hyped on divine energy and religious fervor, they would have charged into a volcano if I'd pointed at one. So there I was. Flowers blooming, silver road gleaming, stone cannonballs bouncing harmlessly. Entire battalions surrendering at the sight of me, My cavalry escort running on unlimited divine Red Bull, and every front collapsing simultaneously. 700,000 soldiers. The kingdom's entire reserve military. Done. In a single day, before sunset. And now, as the last light of the afternoon painted the sky gold, I could finally see it on the horizon. Byron City, the last stronghold of the Western Front. We'd arrived. So Byron City, the kingdom's last stronghold in the West. Their final defensive hope. The place where 700,000 soldiers were supposed to stop me. Let me tell you how that went. Inside the city's Supreme War Command Room, a bunch of generals were having what I can only describe as the world's saddest meeting. A messenger was trying to report the situation, stuttering so badly he could barely get words out. The F4th defense line is broken. The North Front is overwhelmed. The South Front, snake floods everywhere. And also, enough. The old commander-in-chief slammed the table so hard I'm surprised it didn't split. 700,000 men. Gone. All of them. Then he just deflated. Sat back down like someone let the air out of him. The angry balloon became a sad balloon. Around the table, 14 generals sat in silence. But you could practically hear the gears turning in their heads. Every single one was doing the same mental math. How do I survive what comes next? The old commander, General Collin, who was also a parliament member and the new Minister of Military Affairs, stood up, walked to the window, stared at the sunset like a character in a sad movie, and basically said, "I'm going back to the capital to take the blame. The rest of you, do whatever you want." Then he shuffled out of the room like a man walking to his own funeral. Which, politically speaking, he kind of was. The moment he left, the room turned into the most awkward game of what now ever played. General Thaddeus went first. "I'm going back. My family still has connections in the capital. I'll probably survive." An older general immediately roasted him. "Oh sure, your family has pull. Must be nice. Some of us will end up in a dungeon if we go back. No thanks. I'm staying here to surrender and at least make sure my soldiers are treated well." A commander who abandons his troops? That's not me. Then he strutted out of the room, leaving Thaddeus looking like he'd been slapped. After that, the dominoes fell fast. I'll stay. The kingdom has no place for me anymore. I'll stay and fight to the last moment. Spoiler alert on that guy. Just wait. I'll stay. I'm from Byron City. There's 200,000 civilians still here. Someone has to make sure the snake god is actually as merciful as the propaganda claims. Here's what was really happening, though. These generals weren't being noble. They were investing. Classic aristocratic survival strategy. When a dynasty is about to fall, smart noble families split their bets. Send some members to the old regime, keep some with the new one. Somebody in your bloodline will end up on the winning side. And their reasoning was ice cold. This god had just destroyed 100,000-strong army the first time, and 700,000 the second time, and still looked like he had power to spare. Going back to the capital to fight him again? That's not brave, that's just stupid. But staying here, being early supporters of the new regime, that could pay dividends for generations. Out of 14 generals, only 3 left. 11 stayed. Smart. Very smart. Now, the best part. My absolute favorite moment of this entire war. As the sun was setting and I finally appeared on the horizon, 300 meters of divine silver serpent, flowers blooming in my wake, the whole dramatic entrance. The generals on the city walls pulled out their telescopes to get a good look at me. Remember that general who gave the big heroic speech about fighting to the last moment? Yeah. The second he saw my true form through his telescope and got hit with my divine mental presence. That little psychic shockwave that happens when mortals first perceive a god. This absolute legend collapsed on the spot. His legs just gave out, crumpled like a paper cup. When his officers picked him up, they discovered he had wet himself. Completely unaware of this fact, the man immediately started screaming orders at his troops, but not the orders anyone expected. "Quick! Take the shells out of the cannons right now, you idiots. What are you doing? How dare you point weapons at the great Silver Lord? This is the true god of our ancestors, the divine patron of ancient Lysexia. Nobody fires a single shot without my permission." Then, pants still wet, face white as paper, he turned to his chief of staff and screamed, "Open the gates. We're going outside to welcome the great Silver Lord into his loyal city of Byron." Full 180. Fight to the death. 2. open the gates and roll out the red carpet in approximately 4 seconds. A new world record for fastest political realignment in military history. Give this man an award. His staff officers looked at each other, looked at his wet pants, looked at each other again. Then they all just sighed. This kingdom really is beyond saving, isn't it? Yep. So, we surrender? We surrender. At least we don't have to face that thing out there. Silver lining. And that, folks, is how Byron City, the last fortress of the Western Front, the place that was supposed to be the kingdom's shield, opened its gates and invited me in like I was an honored guest arriving for dinner. I didn't even have to knock. So Byron City was having a complete meltdown before I even got there, and honestly, it was kind of entertaining to watch through my divine senses. The train station was pure chaos. Tens of thousands of people crammed together like sardines in a very angry, very sweaty can. Kids crying for their moms. Old men shoving toward the platform. Some local gang called the Hyena Gang tried to muscle their way through the crowd yelling, "Do you know who we are?" and got immediately beaten up by regular citizens. Then the military police showed up swinging batons screaming, "Stop fighting," while also clearly wanting to run away themselves. Beautiful. Absolute social order collapse in real time. Now here's the funny thing about who was actually trying to flee. The truly rich people? The big shots? Those guys left days ago, before the first shot was even fired. Private carriages, reserved train cars, gone like smoke. Smart rats, first off the ship. The people jamming the train station were the middle class, factory workers with savings, small business owners, merchants. Smart enough to have escape money, not smart enough to have left earlier. And who stayed in the city? The poorest people. Not because they were brave, because they literally couldn't afford to leave. Their houses, their tiny shops, their entire lives were in Byron City. Run to where? With what money? To do what? So they stayed, nervously hoping the giant snake god rolling toward their city wasn't actually going to eat 100 people a day like the kingdom's newspapers claimed. Oh yeah, about that propaganda. The kingdom scholars had been telling everyone that in ancient times, I supposedly ate 100 humans daily as sacrifices and built Lysexia as a human farm to keep my snack supply fresh. Which what? First of all, rude. Second of all, the math doesn't even work. 1,000 years ago during the tribal era, there weren't enough people to sustain that kind of diet even if I wanted to, which I absolutely did not. But people love scary stories. The crazier and more disgusting, the more they spread. Ancient god of wisdom who taught human civilization doesn't sell newspapers. Giant snake eats 100 people daily, gets clicks. Some things never change across any world, apparently. Thankfully, not everyone was a complete idiot. Zane's secret society had been working the underground information network for a while, and plenty of people figured out the truth. The nobles tried to hunt a freshly awakened god for immortality ingredients. The god got mad, and now here we are. Pretty straightforward cause and effect. Meanwhile, a group of military police had given up pretending to do their jobs, and were just standing on a high platform watching the madness unfold. Their conversation was honestly the most self-aware thing I'd heard from anyone in this kingdom. This is so messed up. 700,000 soldiers lost, and they want US to fight a god. Dude, we're nobodies. Kings change, gods come and go, we'll still be nobodies. Doesn't matter much. The mayor hasn't left, you notice that? He's definitely planning to surrender to whoever wins. Smart man. If the big shots are staying, the snake god probably isn't evil. Then the fat one. I liked him, started wiping his sweat and dropped some actual wisdom. Both sides are the same, honestly. The Parliament nobles hunted gods for power. The Restoration nobles follow a god for power. We're just pawns either way. We've never been free. We've never been told the truth about anything. Gods exist. What else have they been hiding? Depressing? Sure, but also completely accurate. Give that man a raise. Or at least a towel. Then a steam train whistle blew, and the station erupted. People surged forward like a human tidal wave. The train. Get on. Push. Bodies started falling. A stampede was seconds away from turning into a massacre. And that's when I decided to make my entrance. Look, I could have just walked up to the city gates like a normal conquering deity. But where's the showmanship in that? These people were terrified, confused, and about to trample each other to death. They needed something that would stop them in their tracks. Something that would make every single person in this city freeze and look up. So I cranked the drama to 11. First, darkness. I blanketed the entire sky over Byron City in absolute, total blackness. Not night, void. Every light source suddenly felt tiny and useless. The train stopped. The screaming stopped. 25,000 throats went silent at the same moment, like someone hit the mute button on the entire city. Then, the moon. A massive silver crescent blazed to life directly above the city. Not the real moon, my moon. A divine construct burning with pure silver radiance, so bright it turned the darkness into a canvas. And from that silver moon, light began to fall. Not sunlight, not moonlight, silver starlight, drifting down over every street, every rooftop, every alley of Byron City like the world's most beautiful snowfall. Tiny glowing particles floating through the air, turning the entire city into something out of a fairy tale. On a balcony somewhere in the residential district, a little boy stood staring at one of the floating lights with huge, curious eyes. He reached out his tiny hand and touched it. The light burst silently into a miniature firework, silver sparkles blooming and fading like a flower made of stars. The whole city was wrapped in silver. Darkness above, starlight everywhere, silence where there had been screaming. Nobody was running anymore. Nobody was pushing. Nobody was crying. Everyone was just looking up, and I wasn't even done yet. Okay, so remember how I said I wasn't done with Byron City? Yeah, I went full Broadway production on these people, and I'm not even a little bit sorry. So there's 25,000 people staring up at my silver moon in the sky, the whole city wrapped in darkness and starlight, floating sparkles everywhere, and I thought you know what this needs? More plants. Giant green vines erupted from the ground around the entire city perimeter and started weaving together overhead like the world's most ambitious spider web. They curved inward, crossing and braiding until they formed a massive dome over the entire city. A living, breathing greenhouse roof made of jade green vines. And then, because I have zero chill, every single vine bloomed with silver white flowers. Millions of them, all at once. From above, Byron City now looked like a snow globe made by a god. Which, it literally was. People's brains just stopped working, mouths hanging open, eyes glazed over. Half the city forgot their own names. Who am I? Where am I? Is this even real? That kind of thing. But here's where I played my ace card. The thing that turned me from terrifyingly powerful snake deity into beloved divine savior in about 60 seconds. I started healing people, not just the soldiers on the battlefield, everyone in the city. Every single person with an illness, an injury, a disability, they all started glowing green and getting better. In some cramped slum apartment, a man who'd been bedridden and unconscious for 6 months suddenly sat bolt upright. His family nearly had a collective heart attack. Dad, you're awake, crying, hugging, the whole beautiful scene. An old man with chronic lung disease suddenly realized his chest didn't hurt anymore. He could breathe freely for the first time in years. He immediately started screaming praises at the sky like he'd won the cosmic lottery. But my absolute favorite was this one guy who came sprinting out of his house screaming at the top of his lungs. My legs. My legs work again. Ah ha. He threw himself on the ground, started kissing the dirt, crying and shouting. I always believed in you. From the moment I heard about you, I knew the kingdom was lying. You're the true God. You heard your faithful servant's prayers, sir. Sir, I literally just got here. You've been faithful for like maybe 2 weeks maximum. But you know what? I respect the hustle. That's the energy of a man who knows how to pick the winning team early. This stuff was happening everywhere. Every slum, every poor neighborhood, every street. People with chronic diseases suddenly healthy. Disabled people suddenly whole. The poorest, most forgotten citizens of this city, the ones who couldn't even afford to flee, were getting the biggest gift of their lives. And that hit different from smashing mountains. Anyone can be scary. Being scary is easy. But healing a man's paralyzed legs? Curing a dying father so his children can stop crying? That goes straight to the soul. Within minutes, 70 to 80% of the entire city believed in me. Not, maybe gods are real, believed. The kind where they'd walk through fire for me. Then I made my actual appearance. The vine dome opened up at the center. A beam of pure moonlight shot down, and I lowered my head through the gap. Silver scales glittering, eyes deep as galaxies, just hanging there upside down from the dome like a divine chandelier, looking down at the entire city in silence. Didn't say a word. Didn't need to. Everyone who looked at me got pulled into a brief vision, a vast space of pure light where my serpent form gazed down at them from above. Those who truly believed felt warmth, acceptance, like being recognized personally by their God. Like I was saying, "Yes, you are mine, and I see you." One old woman came out of the vision weeping with guilt. "My Lord, forgive me. I let my son join the army that fought against you." And then her guilt spread. Through the crowd, through the collective consciousness. Like emotional Wi-Fi, people started confessing, repenting, crying, not because I forced them, but because the crowd's faith was so thick it was literally infectious. When enough believers are feeling the same thing at the same time, it creates this wave, and it pulls everyone else in. Honestly, it was a little unsettling even for me. I thought about it for a second, and then remembered, oh right, humans have always been like this. Herd mentality. Concert crowds, sports stadiums, religious gatherings, same principle. I just happened to be the thing they were all feeling together about. I am literally a concert that heals your diseases. No wonder they're fans. Now, the business side. All this spectacle wasn't free. Between the battlefield carnage, the healing waves, the silver moon show, the vine dome, the flower blooming, and the mass divine vision, I'd burned through roughly another 20% of my stored power. A bit more than I'd budgeted, which was annoying. My total war spending was getting uncomfortably high. But the returns? Oh, the returns were gorgeous. I could feel it flowing in. Faith. Real, tangible, usable faith energy. Between Zane's nationwide propaganda campaign, the military victories, and this Byron City Light show, my number of general believers had exploded to 8.6 million people. That's 1/6 of the entire kingdom's population, in barely a week. And that incoming faith was already enough to let me do small-scale divine magic on a daily basis without dipping into reserves. A self-sustaining income stream. The divine equivalent of, my side hustle now covers rent, so I made the calls. Andrew and Mackie would stay in Byron City to start building the church, recruiting members, training staff, sending missionaries to every Western town. The organizational infrastructure of a real religion, starting now. Me and Zane. We're heading straight for the capital. No more waiting. No more playing around. The foundation was laid. The army was shattered. The people were converting. And every noble family in the kingdom was frantically trying to figure out which side to pledge loyalty to before it was too late. Winston Kingdom's countdown to destruction had officially begun. And honestly, at this rate, I'd give them days. Not weeks. Days. So Byron City was officially mine. The handover went smoother than butter on a hot pan. Zane walked into City Hall, sat down with the local government people, and basically said, "We're in charge now." The mayor got fired. Sorry, buddy, should have picked a side faster, but the civilian council got to keep their seats. No reason to fix what isn't broken, right? All the existing rules and systems stayed the same for now. Any real changes would come after we finished deleting the Winston Kingdom from the map. As for actually ruling humans, hard pass. I'm a god, not a bureaucrat. Zane is my chosen bloodline descendant. He can handle all the boring paperwork in politics. Divine right of kings, church and state united, the classic setup. Whatever governmental system humans want to evolve into over time, fine by me. Democracy? Monarchy? Constitutional whatever? I don't care, as long the church stays and people keep believing. That's the deal. The military stuff got sorted too. Prisoners from the elite units stayed locked up. But the reserve army soldiers? Released. Every single one. Sent home. But Rowan, why would you let enemy soldiers go? Because they're walking advertisements. These guys personally witnessed me turn cannonballs to stone, grow forests from nothing, and heal missing limbs. Now they're going home to every corner of the kingdom to tell their families, their neighbors, their drinking buddies. Yeah, the Silver Lord is real, and also he didn't kill us, so maybe the Parliament was lying about the whole evil god thing. Better than any newspaper could ever be. Meanwhile, I slithered off to a mountain east of the city to have some quiet time and think about my power system, because oh boy did I have a lot to process. First, the good news. 8.6 million believers. That's 1/6 of the entire kingdom, and the faith energy flowing in was now enough to cover my basic daily operating costs. I'd gone from burning through savings with every breath to income covers rent, financial stability. For a god. For context, 1,000 years ago, when the original Lysexia was at its peak, the whole country had less than 5 million people. And back then, every beast god was terrified of faith corruption, so they avoided believers like the plague. They'd reached the lowest tier of godhood, feeble divine power, and just stop, never pushing higher because they were too scared. Meanwhile, here I am, the weirdo who's immune to faith corruption, sitting on 8.6 million believers and still hungry for more. The old gods would be absolutely horrified, and also jealous. Now, let me nerd out about my powers for a second, because I finally had time to take inventory. My abundance domain has 4 abilities. Fertile soil makes dirt amazing. Plant growth, self-explanatory. Fertility, everything breeds better. And flesh regeneration, healing on steroids. My silver domain also has 4. Metallization, turn things to metal or stone. Or generation, spawn mineral veins. Trade, commerce feeds me spiritual energy. And purification, moonlight cleanses bad stuff. 8 powers total. Not a single dud in the bunch. Pretty solid loadout if I do say so myself. Now here's where it gets really interesting. I got a divine premonition about what happens when I hit the next level, medium divine power. Bad news, no new abilities. The power vending machine is empty for this tier. Good news, I get access to something called a law network. Let me explain this because it's absolutely bonkers. Basically, when I level up, I can weave my powers directly into the fabric of reality within a specific territory. Not cast a spell that does a thing. Literally rewrite the rules of nature in an entire region. Example, I plant my fertile soil power into the law network covering the Winston Kingdom's territory. From that point on, the land itself starts absorbing ambient energy and getting more fertile. Automatically. No effort from me. Deserts slowly turn into farmland. Barren wastelands become green. The weather adjusts to support it. All on autopilot. Fertility power in the network. Every living creature in the region breeds more successfully. Livestock industry goes crazy. Population booms. Farmers start wondering why their chickens are laying triple. Flesh regeneration. Everyone in the territory heals faster and gets sick less often. Basically a passive national healthcare system powered by divine law. Plant growth. Crops grow faster and bigger. Forests thicken. The entire ecosystem levels up. And that's just the abundance side. Silver domain in the network? Metallization becomes a regional god punishment button. I can turn anyone in my territory to metal or stone with a thought. Ore generation means silver mines start spontaneously appearing everywhere. Trade means every commercial transaction in my territory feeds energy back into the network. And purification lets me channel moonlight to cleanse negative energy across the whole region. I sat there on my mountain going, Is this seriously what a medium power god gets? This seems insane. But then reality hit me with the fine print. Building this law network? It's not instant. Not even close. I have to weave it myself, spending divine power thread by thread across the entire territory. The world won't resist. It actually welcomes new rules being written, like an empty house waiting to be furnished, but the sheer scale of it. This isn't a project I finish in a month, or a year, or even a decade. This is a century-long construction project. Minimum. And even after the basic network is built, the powers don't activate at full strength immediately. They need to accumulate energy, build up gradually, like filling a swimming pool with a garden hose. But can I skip it? Nope. Because the premonition also told me that building the law network is required to reach strong divine power. No network, no promotion. It's basically the universe's way of saying, you want the corner office? Build the whole building first. Oh, and one more thing. The law network isn't just infrastructure. Once it's complete, it's essentially my personal territory, my power source, my fortress, and my home all in one. It amplifies everything I do within its boundaries. It stores energy for me. It's a divine kingdom, a god's domain made real in the physical world. I sat there on my mountain, absorbing moonlight through my purification power, doing mental math on how many centuries of divine construction work I'd just signed up for, and getting the distinct feeling that godhood is basically an infinite to-do list that keeps getting longer. But hey, At least the rent is covered now. While I was busy planning the final march on the capital, let me tell you what was happening on that royal airship. You know, the one dragging my crazy plague rat subordinate across the countryside like bait on a fishing line. Gavin, the third prince's bodyguard, got the telegram about my victory and nearly had an aneurysm. 700,000 soldiers. In less than a day. They're not 700,000 pigs. Actually, someone on my side said that same pig line earlier. These people really need new material. But credit where it's due, Gavin's brain worked fast. He immediately figured out the scariest implication. If I just casually demolished an entire military in a single afternoon, then I obviously had plenty of power left for the capital. Because why would any intelligent being blow their entire gas tank on the appetizer? The main course was still coming. He knew it. The prince knew it. Everyone knew it. Then Bishop Arsel from the Mechanical Empire's church decided to drop some knowledge, and honestly, this guy accidentally explained my existence better than I could. So here's the deal. According to the Empire's research that this bishop was sharing to keep the prince cooperative, the world is currently entering what they call the Divine Awakening era. Basically, the magical energy in the environment, they call it mana, is slowly recovering after being gone for over 1,000 years. And the rules of God revival work like this. Weak gods wake up first because their souls are small, their bodies need less mana to form, and the current thin mana environment can handle them. They come back scrawny, but functional. Strong gods should wake up last because their souls are massive, their bodies need way more mana, and the current environment is like trying to fit a whale into a kiddie pool. If they force it, they'd be weaker than the small gods. It'd be like a shark flopping around on a beach, basically suicide. So any smart, powerful god would just wait, stay sleeping until the mana gets thick enough to support their real body. And then there's me, a god system's lord, the head honcho of an entire divine pantheon, who woke up during the opening credits of the Divine Awakening era, who should, by all logic, be flopping around helplessly like a beached whale. Instead, I just ate 700,000 soldiers for breakfast and still have room for dessert. The bishop admitted it broke every model the Mechanical Empire had ever built. Their researchers must have been flipping tables and burning spreadsheets when the reports came in. He can't do that. The math says he can't do that. Yeah, well, the math didn't account for a transmigrator from modern Earth who's immune to faith corruption and has been gaming the system since day one. Your models are cute, though. But here's the part that made me laugh, and also slightly concerned me. The bishop finally told the third prince the real reason the Empire was involved in all this. It wasn't to save Winston Kingdom. Oh no. The prince was basically a lab rat and his entire country was the experiment. The bishop pointed down at the sand rat god, the one they'd been luring toward me, and dropped the truth bomb. All heretic gods are born from ancient human faith, and they will all eventually be destroyed by that same faith. He explained that the sand rat's current insanity, the plague, the mindless rage, the inability to think straight, wasn't a random malfunction. It was faith corruption, the inevitable curse of being a god who absorbed human belief. According to the Empire, every single old god would eventually go crazy from it. It was their unavoidable doom. So the Empire's true objective? They wanted to watch what happened when I encountered my corrupted subordinate god. Would I fight it? Kill it? Try to save it? And if I saved it, how? Because if they could understand how a god deals with faith corruption, they'd crack one of the biggest mysteries of divine biology. That data was worth more than Winston Kingdom, more than the entire war, more than everything. The poor third prince stood there, realizing his entire kingdom was just a petri dish. The Empire never cared about saving them. They were here to take notes. And the bishop almost had the decency to feel guilty about it. Almost. Oh, and here's the cherry on top. The thing the bishop didn't tell the prince. Apparently, I might also be the reason the Divine Awakening era was accelerating. Like, not just waking up early, but potentially speeding up the entire magical recovery of the planet. If the prince knew that, he would have stopped playing along with the Empire's schemes immediately and just fled the country. But the Empire needed their test subjects to stay in the cage, so, oops, forgot to mention that part. So let me get this straight. The Empire thinks all gods are doomed to go crazy from faith. They think I'm an impossible anomaly that shouldn't exist. And they're using an entire kingdom as a science experiment to watch me deal with a faith-corrupted divine rat. The faith corruption thing is actually a legitimate concern, I'll admit. But what these genius researchers don't know is that I already solved that problem. I'm immune, built different, literally cannot be corrupted by faith because of whatever cosmic cheat code my transmigration came with. But sure, guys, keep watching. Take your notes. I'm sure your spreadsheets will be very impressive right up until I show up at your empire's doorstep someday. So the day had come. The let's go delete a kingdom from the map day. And let me tell you, we did not do things quietly. After a full day of rest in Byron City, the cavalry was ready. 3,500 riders, handpicked, polished up, and vibrating with excitement. Their official title? Divine Attendant Army. Their actual job? Stand behind me and look impressive. Maybe collect some prisoners afterward. Basically professional cheerleaders with swords. And oh boy, did they want this gig. The day before, the entire Restoration Army nearly started a civil war over who got to come along. Infantry guys were begging. Please, I can run fast. I'll keep up. No, you can't, buddy. This is a cavalry-only road trip. Sit down. The extra slots that did open up, immediately snatched by noble kids and senior officers pulling every string they had. Because this wasn't just a battle. This was the founding event of a new nation. Getting your name on the "I was there when the god destroyed the kingdom" list? That's generational bragging rights. Your great-grandchildren would be telling this story at dinner parties. Then there were the airships. 52 of them, lined up in the sky like a floating parade. And almost none of them carried soldiers. Instead, VIPs. Every influential person in the Western Territory, big nobles, business owners, civilian council representatives, village elders, all crammed into airships for what I can only describe as the world's most intimidating field trip. Were all of them willing passengers? Mostly. The Restoration Army's recruitment pitch was, shall we say, aggressive. Being invited to witness the god's triumph is a tremendous honor. People in our army are fighting for spots and can't get them. So don't make this difficult. Translation. Get on the airship or we'll carry you onto the airship. About 95% of people went, willingly. The other 5% were tied to chairs. Democracy. Everything was set. Cavalry stamping the ground. Airships humming overhead. 7,000 to 8,000 influential witnesses packed into flying observation decks. Then I made my entrance. Boom. I exploded out of the earth like a divine missile. Flowers blooming, silver road forming, the whole production. A single massive silver tentacle rose into the air above the cavalry formation. Zane, riding at the front, drew himself up and bellowed across the entire plain. Praise the Lord, for the great God of abundance and silver, for the restoration of mighty Lysexia. All forces, escort our Lord. Destination, the Winston capital. Move out. 3,500 cavalry screamed back in unison. Praise the Lord. Protect the Lord. Restore. 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 Then every single horse launched forward at full gallop, and I hit them all with a green energy wave. Instant unlimited stamina buff. Horses that should have been tired after a kilometer were now basically divine motorcycles that would never run out of gas. I dove back underground and started doing my thing. Swimming through the earth like a sea serpent through ocean waves, breaching the surface and diving back down, over and over. Every time my body hit the ground, the earth shook. Rocks exploded. Dirt sprayed into the sky like geysers. Behind me, the surface looked like someone had driven a building-sized plow through it. Was this level of destruction strictly necessary for travel? No, absolutely not. I could have slithered quietly underground without anyone noticing. But where's the marketing in that? Everything I was doing was calculated showmanship. The cavalry needed to feel invincible. The VIPs on the airships needed to see power that would haunt their dreams. The towns and villages we passed needed stories to tell for generations. And Zane's personal scribe, Aiden, was up there furiously writing down every detail for the official historical account of the kingdom's founding. This was my Super Bowl halftime show, my coronation parade, and my job interview all rolled into one. First impressions matter, and I was making sure nobody would ever forget this day. Up on the airships, the VIPs were having their predictable breakdowns. First came the psychic shockwave. Every first-timer who laid eyes on my true form got pulled into that brief mental vision. Then came the pale faces, the shaking legs, the existential crises. One noble stood up, white as paper. So that's a god. I finally understand why a million soldiers couldn't stop it. This isn't something humans can fight. His buddy immediately grabbed his arm and hissed. Not at. Our Lord. Say our Lord. The citizens were just deceived by the evil parliament. They never truly opposed him. The first noble paused, read the room, and course-corrected with impressive speed. Yes. Of course. Our Lord is wise and merciful. That's clearly why he only gently punished those foolish soldiers instead of killing them all. Smart man. Learning the new vocabulary fast. He'll do fine in the new regime. We were flying. 1 hour in, and we'd already crossed from the Western Territory into the Central Region, heading toward the capital. At this pace, the Winston capital would be within reach before the day was over. Everything was going perfectly, and then I stopped. Every nerve in my divine body screamed at me to halt. Something was ahead, something on the horizon that the airship lookouts couldn't see yet, but I could feel through the earth. Stop! Zane relayed my command instantly, throwing out a barrier of divine power to catch the cavalry before they ran into each other. 3,000 horses skidded to a confused halt. What's happening? Soldiers whispered, looking around nervously. The airship lookouts grabbed their telescopes, scanning the distant horizon in the direction I was staring. Then someone spotted it. Is that a sandstorm? But we're in the Central Region. There's no desert here. Oh no. Oh no. I knew exactly what that was. That wasn't a natural sandstorm. That was a 30-meter plague rat wrapped in divine wind and fury, and someone had let it right into my path. The sand rat god. My ancient subordinate. The one the Third Prince and the Mechanical Empire's bishop had been luring toward me for days like bait fishermen dragging a hook across a lake. And it was here, between me and the capital. Right now, I sent a divine message to Zane immediately. Cavalry. All units turn around. Retreat 15 kilometers. Now, because whatever was about to happen between me and a faith-corrupted, plague-spreading, completely insane rat deity the size of an apartment building. These humans did not want front-row seats. Okay, so let me set the scene for what was supposed to be a dramatic, tension-filled encounter between two ancient divine beings reuniting after 1,000 years of separation. It was not that. First, the backstory. The Third Prince and Bishop Arsel had been dragging my plague rat subordinate across the countryside for days, poking it with bombs and laser beams to keep it angry and chasing their airships. Their grand plan was to aim this divine missile at me and hope we'd destroy each other. But right as they were approaching the western border, the sand rat suddenly changed direction on its own. Just swerved. Full speed. Toward me. The bishop smiled like a kid on Christmas. Ah, it must have sensed the silver serpent's presence. Ancient divine instincts. When gods detect another god in their territory, they fight. The Third Prince, bless his anxious heart, immediately panicked. But it's the silver serpent's subordinate. What if it snaps out of its crazy episode and joins him instead? The bishop basically shrugged. Faith corruption accumulated over 1,000 years isn't something you shake off with a brief moment of clarity. Then came the part where the bishop finally showed his true colors. He told the prince, with a perfectly straight face, that saving Winston Kingdom was never really the goal. The Empire just wanted to watch what I'd do when confronted with a faith-corrupted subordinate god. Kill it. Save it. How? The data was the prize. The kingdom was just. The laboratory. The prince's face went through about 7 stages of grief in 3 seconds. Then the bishop literally jumped to his own airship, activated some kind of mechanical cloaking device. The whole ship turned invisible with a bunch of gear-grinding sounds, and vanished. Just. Gone. Good luck. Can't guarantee your safety anymore. Bye. The prince punched a railing so hard I'm surprised he didn't break his hand. Damn it. Damn it. But I'll give the kid credit. When his bodyguard Gavin asked what they should do, the prince didn't run. He said, and I'm paraphrasing, we follow. If the kingdom dies, we die with it. I won't bring shame to the royal name. Gavin, are you afraid to die? Gavin dropped to one knee like an actual storybook knight. I swear my life to you, your highness. Dramatic? Absolutely. Stupid? Probably. But I respect it. Meanwhile, on MY's side, I'd ordered the cavalry to retreat 15 kilometers and the airships to gain altitude. Whatever was about to happen, humans needed to be far away. Zane looked worried as he left, but he followed orders without argument. Good man. So there I was, alone, coiled up, upper body raised high, staring into the approaching sandstorm. And through the wind and dust, I could see it. Red eyes, bristling fur, a 30-meter body radiating plague and madness. I recognized it immediately. Oh, it's her, the sand rat, the weakest of my 8 subordinate gods. And when I say weakest, I mean she was the runt of the divine litter. Among all the beast gods on the continent, she was bottom tier. How she even got a divine portfolio and became one of my subordinates is, honestly, a story that makes me cringe just thinking about. The Silver Serpent's memories of her were equal parts fond and embarrassing. She was getting closer, screaming through the spiritual wavelengths. Die, die, die. Intruder. Lysexia. Territory. Enemy. Die, die, die. But here's the thing. Even through all that crazy screaming, I could tell her core consciousness was still in there. Buried deep under 1,000 years of faith corruption, but alive. That was good news. If her original personality was completely gone, I'd have no idea how to save her. Her fur was standing straight up like a porcupine, eyes blazing crimson, sandstorm howling around her. Every sign of a completely berserk divine beast charging in for the kill. She got within 1 kilometer of me, and then she slammed on the brakes. Full stop, like a cartoon character skidding to a halt. The sandstorm still swirled around her. Her eyes were still red and crazy, but deep in those crimson pupils, something shifted. A flicker of recognition, of terror, of a very specific, very ancient fear. She looked left. She looked right. Then she slowly, shakily focused on me. Our eyes met. 1,000 years of separation. 2 divine beings from the same pantheon. A moment that should have been epic, emotional, perhaps even beautiful. 1 second of silence. Then, eek. Big snake. Big silver snake. Ruin. The shriek that came out of this creature nearly shattered my spiritual eardrums. It was so high-pitched that it physically hurt. And in the span of about half a second, the terrifying plague god, the divine beast that had been chasing airships for days, spreading death across hundreds of kilometers, driving entire regions into pandemic chaos. This supposedly unstoppable force of nature spun around and tried to dig into the ground headfirst like a panicking ostrich. She just shoved her face into the dirt and started burrowing. Full retreat. Zero dignity. The divine equivalent of a mouse seeing a cat and diving behind the refrigerator. I wanted a facepalm. I really, truly did. But I don't have hands. So I awkwardly slapped the ground with my tail instead. Because I knew exactly why she reacted like this. Even through 1,000 years of faith corruption and total madness, the instant she recognized me, her boss, her lord, the head of her entire divine family, her deepest, oldest instinct kicked in. And that instinct wasn't fight. It wasn't seek help. It wasn't even bow before your master. It was, oh, it's the boss. Run, 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 run. What did the old silver serpent do to this poor creature that its fear response survived a literal millennium of insanity? Actually, knowing the memories I inherited, I probably don't want to think about that too hard. Anyway, she was halfway underground, rear end and long tail still sticking up and thrashing wildly, screaming muffled screams into the dirt, about to escape completely. So I acted fast. I sent a wave of silver energy radiating outward and instantly metallized the ground all around her burrow entrance. Turned every bit of soil and rock into solid metal in a perfect ring. And just like that, she was stuck. Couldn't go deeper, solid metal below. Couldn't come back up, solid metal around her. Just wedged there, butt and tail poking out of the ground, wiggling frantically, shrieking like a tea kettle. I stared at this scene for a long moment. My ancient subordinate god, the divine beast I'd crossed dimensions to eventually reunite with. The dramatic 1,000-year reunion. Half a butt and a wiggling tail sticking out of the ground, screaming. I genuinely did not know what to say, so there I was face to. But, with my ancient subordinate god, half her body jammed underground, tail and rear end flailing in the air, screaming bloody murder. Don't come closer. Please. Big snake, don't eat me. I'm not tasty, I swear. And my head hurts so bad, I think I'm going crazy. Wow. Oh, faith is poisonous. I'm poisoned. Very sick. Would taste terrible. Please don't eat me. Squeak, squeak, squeak. This This is my subordinate god, a divine being worshipped by an entire desert civilization, currently stuck butt first in a hole, crying and begging not to be eaten. I should probably explain why she thinks I want to eat her. So, back in the old days, when all us beast gods were hanging around Lysexia with nothing to do, because we'd all hit our growth limits and couldn't get stronger no matter how much we meditated, everyone got really bored. And when immortal divine beasts get bored, they find entertainment. The sand rat was the entertainment. She was the weakest of my 8 subordinate gods, dead last in power rankings. And she had this, how do I put it kindly, permanently childlike intelligence. Not stupid exactly, but the kind of naive where you could tell her the same joke 100 times and she'd fall for it every single time. The real villain was my subordinate, the music and dance cat. This ridiculous spotted feline who was the god of music, dance, and celebration. Combatability? Mediocre. Ability to run away using spatial teleportation? Unmatched. Top 3 most capable god in my entire roster. And she used those incredible powers primarily to terrorize a small rat. The cat literally caught the sand rat and presented her to me like a gift. Look what I found, boss. Isn't she hilarious? And honestly, she was. Every god in the pantheon thought so. We'd all casually say things like, she's still too skinny. Let her fatten up a bit more and we'll roast her. Every time, she believed it. Every single time. She'd see any of us coming and immediately start shaking, screaming, running away. We were basically a divine bullying squad, and she was our mascot. In reality, she was the group pet. Everyone secretly adored her. She just never figured that out. 1,000 years later, even through complete insanity and faith corruption, the instant she recognized me, her deepest instinct fired. It's the boss. He's gonna eat me. Ruin. Some traumas are eternal, apparently. I've given this poor creature PTSD that transcends death itself. Anyway, I told her I wasn't going to eat her. She calmed down slightly. I told her if she kept screaming, I might reconsider. She shut up instantly. Classic. Big snake. Can you let me out? My head really hurts. Then, mid-sentence, her eyes went red again. Faith corruption surge. She ripped herself free from the hole and lunged at me with her mouth wide open, teeth bared. I whipped my tail around and slammed her into the ground like swatting a fly. She bounced back up immediately, scratching and biting my tail like a rabid animal. Claws on silver scales making horrible metal-on-metal screeching sounds. Sparks flying everywhere. So I wrapped my tail around her entire body, lifted her into the air, and did the one thing I knew would work on a creature with 1,000-year-old PTSD. I opened my mouth, huge, fangs out, full terrifying divine predator display, and roared directly in her face. Hissus! The shriek shook the heavens. And just like that, sanity returned. The crimson drained from her eyes. She blinked, looked around, looked at me, looked at my open mouth approximately 2 meters from her face. You said you wouldn't eat me. Liar, liar, liar. Yep. 4 faith-corrupted divine beings with deep psychological trauma. The cure is simply, scare them harder than the corruption can. I'm basically a therapist. A 300-meter snake therapist who treats patients by threatening to eat them. But jokes aside, I had to move fast. Her lucid moments were short and unpredictable. I was already pumping purification energy into her through my coiled tail, but against 1,000 years of accumulated faith poison, that was like trying to empty an ocean with a teaspoon. I needed to go deeper, literally into her spiritual consciousness. Don't resist, I told her. Open your spiritual defenses. Let my essence enter. Like the old days, the master-subordinate contract. Now, for a beast god, this is basically the most dangerous and intimate thing you can do. Opening your spiritual core to another god is like handing someone the keys to your soul. If they want to hurt you, you're finished. It's only ever done when establishing a divine hierarchy, a bond of absolute trust between master and servant. The sand rat hesitated for exactly 1 second, then nodded like a nervous chicken pecking grain. Okay, yes. Please don't eat me, though. She opened her spiritual defenses, and I gently extended my consciousness into her inner world. The spiritual realm materialized around us, a dark void where 2 figures floated facing each other, a silver serpent and a gray rat, both with eyes closed. From each of our heads, a thin thread of spiritual energy extended upward, reaching toward each other, intertwining, knotting together. The master-subordinate contract, re-established after 1,000 years. I could feel her again, her thoughts, her sensations, her location. The old bond was back, and immediately I felt it. A tsunami of corrupted energy thrashing inside her consciousness. 1,000 years of accumulated faith from her desert worshippers, never purified, never processed, festering and rotting until it had transformed into pure malevolent force. Worse, it had actually formed its own temporary divine portfolio. A plague portfolio. That's where the epidemic had been coming from. The faith corruption was so severe it had literally generated a new, evil divine power inside her. The plague devastating the northern sand regions wasn't just a side effect. It was an active, parasitic divine ability feeding off her corrupted faith energy. And then, it got worse. Because the plague portfolio had developed its own consciousness. The moment it sensed me observing it, the thing manifested inside the sand rat's spiritual sea. It took form, a massive dark rat made of pure shadow, fur writhing with black tentacles of corruption, teeth bared, eyes blazing with mindless aggression. It was grotesque, like someone had taken the sand rat's form and rebuilt it out of disease and hatred. I stared at it. It stared at me, a corrupted pseudo-god born from a millennium of toxic faith, squaring up against the Silver Lord. This was going to be complicated. And then, right on cue, from beside me in the spiritual space, came the sand rat's voice. "HH. What is that thing? Why is it inside my head? It's so ugly, ma'am. That thing I ask you. It's made from you. It's literally your corrupted faith given form. But sure, it's so ugly. Great contribution. Very helpful analysis. I love my subordinates." Okay, so where were we? Right. Me and the sand rat, having our touching divine reunion inside her spiritual consciousness. Let me tell you how that went. The sand rat, now safely hiding behind my spiritual form like a toddler behind their parent's leg, decided to get brave. She pointed at the plague rat, the dark, corrupted manifestation of her own toxic faith, and went full tough girl mode. I've never seen such an ugly rat. Get out of my head, you disgusting thing. Real tough talk from someone who was crying 5 seconds ago. And her courage was entirely powered by the fact that I was standing right next to her. Classic fox borrowing the tiger's authority energy. She was even sneaking little glances at me like, "You see how brave I am, boss? Please don't eat me." The plague rat roared at her. Black saliva spraying everywhere. Eek. She teleported behind me instantly. "Big snake. Quick, get it." Then, "And I genuinely cannot make this up," she said. "Why don't you just eat it? Look, it's a rat too. And it's way fatter than me. Definitely tastier. But if you eat that one, you can't eat me. Deal? Deal?" She literally tried to negotiate her survival by offering me an alternative meal. This creature has been a god for over 1,000 years. But hey, she said it, not me. And I actually did need to consume that thing. So thanks for the permission, tiny idiot. I activated my Ouroboros seal, my secret weapon, the Mobius ring, and manifested it inside her consciousness space. A massive black and white infinity symbol materialized overhead like a cosmic entity descending into a tiny world. The white half blazed with purifying light. The black half created a gravitational vortex that started sucking all the corrupted faith energy out of the sand rat's consciousness like the universe's most aggressive vacuum cleaner. 1,000 years of toxic sludge getting slurped up in real time. Beautiful. The plague rat did not appreciate this. It screamed, and then started absorbing every bit of dark faith energy it could reach, swelling up like a balloon made of disease and hatred. Black mud crawling up its body, inflating it bigger and bigger. The sand rat watched this grotesque inflation show, and her reaction was, EWWW. It's so gross. Not scared. Not concerned. Disgusted. Priorities. I didn't have time for her commentary. The plague rat was gorging itself on corrupted energy, growing massive, and I needed to end this now. So I merged my consciousness with the Mobius ring itself. And in that moment, the massive floating infinity symbol cracked open. The white end formed into a serpent's head, the black end became a tail, and suddenly the entire upper region of the consciousness space was filled with an enormous black and white gradient snake. Me. But bigger. Way bigger. filling the spiritual sky like a cosmic predator. The plague rat looked up, saw a snake mouth the size of its entire world opening above it, had approximately 0 seconds to reconsider its life choices. It tried fighting back, launched thousands of black mud tentacles upward at my descending jaws. Every single one exploded on contact with my body like bugs hitting a windshield. Completely useless. I swallowed the plague rat whole. One gulp. Gone. The sand rat, watching from below. You actually ate it? WHO, yeah. I ate your evil twin. You're welcome. I pulled my consciousness back out of her spiritual space, leaving the Mobius ring floating peacefully overhead as a permanent fixture. Her consciousness went calm for the first time in a millennium, like someone had drained a swamp and left behind a clear lake. But in the real world, my physical body was having issues. My silver scales were pulsing with black energy. Turns out swallowing 1,000 years of corrupted faith and an entire living plague portfolio in one sitting is the divine equivalent of eating gas station sushi. I was fighting down spiritual food poisoning. Bit off more than I could chew, I thought, which is ironic for a snake. Thank God I still had stored power reserves to suppress the corruption. Without them, I might have gone temporarily insane too. But this was always part of the calculated risk. I knew what I was getting into. Mostly, I was just starting to focus on purging the contamination when my divine senses screamed. Danger! From above. 5 kilometers out. Moving fast. In a fraction of a second, I wrapped my entire body in divine power and threw my tail over the sand rat like a protective shield. I barely had time to glance upward before a blinding flash of light streaked across the sky and hit me. Boom! The ground split open. A miniature mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Earth and rock flew in every direction. The explosion was so massive that everyone, the cavalry 15 kilometers back, Zane sprinting toward me in horror, every VIP on every airship, all saw the flash and the rising cloud of destruction. My lord, Zane's scream echoed across the plains. Up in the sky, hidden behind their cloaking device, Bishop Arcel and his Mechanical Empire airship were watching. They'd deployed something called a Mechanical Sacred Soul, essentially a 100-meter clockwork bomb disguised as a giant floating gear mechanism. One shot, full power, aimed at me during the exact moment I was weakened from absorbing the sand rat's corruption. The bishop had been waiting for this. The whole, observe how the silver serpent handles faith corruption thing? That was real, but it was also the setup. Wait for me to be vulnerable, then hit me with everything they had. I pray the timing was right, the bishop said, watching the mushroom cloud with cold eyes. The anomalies on the heretic's body were a rare opening. May this strike from our mechanical god's sacred blessing be enough to slay this dangerous aberration. He clasped his hands. Praise be to our Lord. You are the only true God. We cannot allow this anomaly to threaten your faith in the mortal world. The mushroom cloud was still rising. Everyone held their breath. Silence across the entire battlefield. Did they get me? Did the mighty Silver Lord, conqueror of armies, healer of cities, divine serpent supreme, just get taken out by a sucker punch while he had spiritual indigestion? The answer came about 3 seconds later. Boom. A silver missile exploded out of the mushroom cloud, spinning like a massive saw blade, breaking the sound barrier with a thunderous sonic boom, and rocketing directly toward the invisible airship's position. The bishop's last word before impact. "No, you sneaky, backstabbing, two-faced church boy. You thought you'd catch me with my guard down? I just ate a god. You think a fancy clock bomb is going to finish me off? So I just launched myself at an invisible airship like a 300-meter silver frisbee of divine vengeance. Let me walk you through how that went. My tail smashed into the Mechanical Empire's cloaked airship like a baseball bat hitting a watermelon. They had some kind of fancy energy shield, transparent, glowing, very sci-fi. It lasted approximately 1/10 of a second before shattering like cheap glass. Then the gas bag exploded. Then the fire happened. Then everything. The ship, the crew, Bishop Arcel, his prayers, his notes, his smug little research observations, all became confetti and ash. One hit. One kill. Goodbye, church boy. The only embarrassing part. After my dramatic sky attack, I realized I have a critical design flaw. I can't fly. I went up like a rocket, but came down like a very large, very heavy rock. 300 meters of divine serpent in an uncontrolled free fall. Very majestic, very dignified, definitely what you want from your god. Luckily, I'm resourceful. I grew a massive net of plant roots from the ground just in time, caught myself like a trampoline, bounced a few times, and landed safely. Picture the world's biggest bungee cord save, except instead of a person, it's a building-sized snake, and instead of a cord, it's a jungle that materialized in 2 seconds. Note to self, figure out flight, grow wings, get a flying divine portfolio, learn to control wind energy, something. Because all-powerful serpent deity who has to build himself a crash net every time he jumps is not the image I'm going for. Although honestly, given how heavy I'm probably going to get as I grow bigger, maybe I should just accept my ground-based destiny and invest in really strong legs. Or a catapult, a divine catapult. Anyway, while bouncing on my improvised trampoline, I took stock of the situation. That clock bomb the bishop fired? It actually hurt. My tail still had scorch marks and was stinging. And blocking it had cost me another 10% of my energy reserves. One shot from one bishop on one airship, and it drained me that much. That's concerning. If one high-ranking church member could do that with a single divine artifact, what could the entire mechanical empire throw at me? Their homeland must be an absolute death trap for any beast god stupid enough to wander in. Which led me to some very serious thinking about what exactly this steam and mechanical god actually is. Option 1. A beast god who somehow got a machinery divine portfolio. Nope, impossible. Beast gods got their portfolios in ancient times when humans didn't even have the concept of steam engines. You can't get a divine power from an idea that doesn't exist yet. Option 2. A new god born from modern human collective consciousness. When enough people believe in machines and industry, the belief itself creates a deity. Maybe. I literally just watched the sand rat's corrupted faith spontaneously generate a living plague portfolio with its own consciousness. If faith corruption can accidentally birth a pseudo-god, maybe concentrated industrial age belief could intentionally create one. Option 3. A human who somehow became a god. Like me, but with machinery instead of snakes. Would require some kind of massive cheat. But hey, I'm a transmigrator, so who am I to say that's impossible? Option 4. And this is the scary one. It's not from this world at all. An outer god. Something that came from elsewhere. Just like me. And if that's the case, am I the only import to this planet? Or is the mechanical god also an outsider? And if there are 2 of us, are there more? Maybe that's why the mechanical empire hasn't conquered the entire continent. It's not that they can't. It's that they're busy dealing with other threats, other gods, other outsiders, enemies we don't even know about yet, possibly on other continents. The current magical environment of this world is basically a desert for powerful divine beings. Any truly mighty god trying to operate here would hemorrhage energy like water evaporating on hot sand. Even I lose power just by existing. My body constantly leaks mystical energy into the thin atmosphere. It's like running a supercomputer in a room with no electricity. So if the mechanical god is as powerful as I think it is, its true form probably can't enter this world right now. The environment would drain it dry instantly. Which means, I looked up at the clear sky and actually laughed. Because if the biggest threats can't fully manifest in this world yet, then right now is my best window of opportunity. While the big fish are locked out, the little fish, that's me, can build, grow, eat corrupted faith like candy, absorb my subordinates' accumulated power, and get strong. And speaking of accumulated power, I just devoured 1,000 years of the sand rat's corrupted faith and an entire living plague portfolio. Once my Ouroboros digests all that, that's a lot of fuel. Plus, the sand rat is just subordinate number 1. 7 more are still sleeping out there somewhere, each with their own millennium of stored faith waiting to be cleaned, consumed, and converted. And beyond my own pantheon, there might be hundreds of beast gods across this world, all corrupted, all needing rescue. Every single one of them is a power lunch waiting to happen. I stopped worrying. The mechanical empire is scary, sure. Outer gods are terrifying, absolutely. But they can't come here in full force, and I'm getting stronger by the day. One step at a time. First things first. Pick up my unconscious rat subordinate, finish the march to the capital, and delete the Winston Kingdom from existence. than worry about interdimensional deity politics. So while I was busy surviving a surprise bombing and destroying an invisible airship, let me tell you what was happening about 8 kilometers away on the royal airships. The third prince, Levi Stanton, had been chasing the Sand Rat with his 2 remaining ships, desperately trying to keep up. He had his telescope glued to his face the entire time, which means he got a front-row view of everything. First, he saw the mushroom cloud rise from nowhere. His brain basically crashed. This is a guy living in a world of muskets and steam engines, and he just witnessed something that looked like a small nuclear explosion. His entire understanding of weapons technology got deleted in one flash. Then, before he could even process that, he watched a massive silver flying disc erupt from the explosion, streak across the sky at supersonic speed, and slam into something invisible in midair. A hidden airship he couldn't even see suddenly became very visible when it exploded into a spectacular fireball. He immediately realized that was Bishop Arcel's ship, the Mechanical Empire's finest. Their cloaking technology, their energy shields, their divine artifact, all just became scrap metal and smoke because a giant snake was angry. Then the divine mental shockwave hit him, because it was his first time seeing my true form. The poor guy got pulled into that whole spiritual vision experience that everyone goes through, came out the other side pale as a corpse, and just started laughing. Not happy laughing. Everything I believed in is a lie, kind of laughing. So that's the Silver Lord, he whispered. The bishop's correct judgment was a complete joke from start to finish. And us, the entire Winston Kingdom, were the same joke. His bodyguard Gavin tried to say something comforting, got one word out, Your Highness, and then just stopped. Because what do you say? What possible words of comfort exist when you've just watched a god shrug off a superweapon, destroy an Imperial warship with a casual tail whip, and survive it all without even looking particularly bothered? Gavin clenched his fists, drowning in helplessness. Can humans even fight something like this? Why did our kingdom have to be the one where this god woke up? Good question, Gavin. Bad luck, mostly. Also, your parliament tried to hunt me. That didn't help. Then something changed in the prince. Something broke, but in a productive way. He suddenly went very calm and said something that honestly surprised me when I heard about it later. There's no point anymore. Honor, courage, dying in a charge against that would just be pathetic, not brave. Those soldiers and officers who surrendered on the Western Front? I finally understand how they felt. Losing to this isn't anyone's fault. You can only blame the universe for making gods real. He took a deep breath, looked at the sky, and made his decision. Gavin, let's go, Your Highness. Winston Kingdom is going to fall. Nothing changes that. So let's go see if this god is actually as merciful and wise as the legends say. That's the last dignity I can give the royal family, making sure our kingdom's end isn't ugly and pathetic. Gavin stared at him, then understood. The prince wasn't surrendering out of cowardice. He was surrendering because the kingdom's people would survive even if the kingdom didn't, and someone needed to make that transition not be a complete bloodbath. A prince voluntarily submitting to the new god. That would send a powerful message. It would save lives. It would give the royal name one last shred of grace. Also, and I think this was the part the prince wouldn't say out loud, he was genuinely curious. Would I enslave humanity like the propaganda said? Or would I actually make things better? He wanted to watch. As a student of history witnessing history's biggest plot twist in real time. Plus, I think he really wanted to see the look on his dad's face and his arrogant big brother's face when the kingdom fell. There's that sibling energy. I suffered, but at least I get to watch you suffer too. Beautiful. Gavin knelt one final time. I will follow you to the end, Your Highness. The 2 royal airships turned and headed toward our observation fleet. One of the Winston Kingdom's own princes, coming to surrender personally. Big moment for Zane and the VIPs on the airships. Huge political significance. A royal prince defecting is basically a giant neon sign saying, this kingdom is over. For me personally, I barely registered it, because I was dealing with something far more pressing. My Sand Rat subordinate. This absolute clown. After everything that just happened, the faith corruption purge, the plague rat battle, the mushroom cloud explosion, me wrapping my tail around her to shield her from a divine bomb, was asleep. Not unconscious. Not in a mystical healing coma. Asleep. Full-on snoring. The kind of thunderous, rumbling, shake-the-ground snoring that you could hear from a kilometer away. I nearly had a stroke. I just fought a spiritual parasite inside her brain, ate a living plague god, got hit by a church superweapon, destroyed an Imperial airship, used up massive amounts of my energy reserves, and this little gremlin just fell asleep, like a toddler after a long car ride. Was she exhausted? Sure, probably. But also, was she so completely trusting of me that she felt safe enough to just zonk out in the middle of an active war zone after a bomb went off right next to her? That's either the deepest trust imaginable or the most catastrophically absent survival instinct in the history of divine beings. Knowing her, it's both. I raised my tail high and brought it down on her like a divine alarm clock. Smack! She launched off the ground, grabbed her head, teeth bared, and screamed, "OW! Who hit me? Watch yourself. I am a god and I will do." Big Snake. It's you. Heh. That's what I thought. Now wake up, you useless rodent. We have a kingdom to destroy. So we were back on the road. Destination, the capital. Mood, unstoppable. The cavalry was galloping behind me with the energy of sports fans whose team just scored the winning goal. The airships overhead were packed with VIPs who had all collectively decided that being on Team Snake God was the smartest career move of their lives. And honestly, after watching me survive a divine bomb, destroy an invisible Imperial warship, and recruit an ancient god, all within about 10 minutes, can you blame them? Everyone on those airships understood what they were witnessing. The last chapter of the old world and the first page of the new one. History with a capital H. The kind of thing your grandchildren's grandchildren would read about in school. They were practically vibrating with excitement. But I wasn't paying attention to any of them, because I had a much more pressing situation. The sand rat would not stop talking. "Wow, Big Snake, you got so much bigger. How'd you do that? What's that circle thing in my head? It feels tingly. My brain doesn't hurt anymore. Does this mean I don't have to do the divine portfolio cutting thing that Mean Cat told me about? Hey, Big Snake, are you listening? Say something." Big Snake. She was trotting alongside me on her stubby little legs, barely keeping up, chattering like a caffeinated squirrel. And you know what? I didn't mind. Not even a little. Because here's the thing nobody tells you about being a god. It's lonely. Everyone treats you like a museum exhibit. Zane is respectful and formal. The soldiers worship from a distance. The nobles calculate every word. Nobody just talks to me like I'm a regular person. Or snake. Whatever. This little idiot? She had zero filter, zero reverence, and zero awareness that she was speaking to the supreme deity of an entire divine pantheon. She talked to me the way you'd talk to your older sibling who you're slightly afraid of, but also completely comfortable with. It reminded me of my old life, chatting with friends online, joking around with no pretense. I missed that, more than I realized. So I humored her, explained that the Mobius ring in her consciousness would keep purifying her accumulated faith, told her I'd be taking half of her purified faith energy as payment for saving her, which was fair, considering I literally ate a plague god out of her brain. The other half would stay with her for recovery and growth. Her response? Huh? What? I didn't understand most of that. Of course you didn't. But you said you're taking half my faith? That's fine. As long as my head doesn't hurt. Then her eyes got shifty and she leaned in conspiratorially. Actually, Big Snake, can you take all of it? I'd rather stay small and skinny. You said you won't eat me, but if Mean Cat sees me getting fat, she definitely will. I'd rather just stay bite-sized, less appetizing, safer. This creature has survived 1,000 years of dormancy, faith corruption, divine madness, and a bomb explosion, and her primary survival strategy is be too scrawny to be worth eating. I couldn't help laughing. But no, I needed her to keep half. If another church bomb came her way without enough energy reserves, she'd be toast. Dead toast. I had to be responsible for my subordinates, even when my subordinates were aggressively trying to be irresponsible about themselves. Now, about that faith energy, let me do some math that got me very excited. The sand rat's 1,000 years of accumulated faith from the desert sand people was roughly 1/10 of what I had when I first woke up. Sounds small, but remember, my original reserves were enough to trigger a divine advancement and accidentally accelerate the magical recovery of the entire planet. So 1/10 of that is still enormous. Half of 1/10 meant I was getting about 5% of my original total as bonus fuel. That alone could power roughly 50 to 100 full-strength divine attacks. My combat budget just got a massive raise. Plus, my Mobius ring was already digesting the plague portfolio I'd eaten, and it was converting beautifully. Within just 2 hours of travel, I'd already recovered the energy I spent blocking the church's bomb attack. The ring's processing speed had gotten way faster since my advancement to weak divine power. At this rate, the entire plague portfolio and corrupted faith mass would be fully digested in about a month, and whatever came out of that process would be pure profit. Things were looking up. I was chatting with the sand rat, teasing her, asking about what she remembered from her crazy period regarding the Sand People situation. She was surprisingly forthcoming once she stopped worrying about being eaten. Big Snake, I feel like you're different now. You never used to laugh this much. Caught. She noticed. Sharp, for an idiot. Then she got adorably indignant. Also, stop calling me dumb. I'm very smart. I did exactly what you all told me. I got humans to worship me. I became a god. I died and came back. That's impressive. Mean Cat always calls me stupid, and humans say if you keep telling someone they're dumb, they actually get dumber. Where did she learn pop psychology? From the Sand People? Has she been eavesdropping on human conversations this whole time? I was genuinely having fun. First time in this world, I felt truly relaxed. Then we got close to the capital, and my mood cratered. The sand rat finally asked the obvious question. Hey, Big Snake, where are we going? We're almost there. Look, she followed my gaze to the horizon, where the massive walls and towers of the Winston capital rose against the sky. A grand city, the seat of royal power. The place where this whole saga was supposed to end in one final, dramatic confrontation. Except, there was nobody there. No army, no defensive lines, no artillery positions, not a single soldier on the walls or outside the gates. The city looked like a birthday party where the host left before the guests arrived. What I did see were massive crowds of civilians fleeing the city in every direction. Panicked, chaotic, streaming out of every gate like ants from a kicked anthill. I stared at this scene for a long moment, and a very unflattering realization settled in. The royal family ran away. The king, the parliament, the high command, they all bolted, packed their bags and disappeared before I even got here. No last stand. No dramatic showdown. No, we'll defend the capital to the last man. They just left. I organized a 52 airship observation parade. I brought 3,500 cavalry in matching formation. I had a sand rat god trotting beside me for dramatic effect. I rehearsed my entrance. I was ready for the final boss battle. And the final boss rage quit before I loaded into the level. Are you kidding me? So the king ran away. The parliament ran away. The nobles ran away. Even the two entire army groups stationed outside the capital packed up in the middle of the night and vanished like they'd never existed. I organized a whole parade for this. 52 airships. 3,500 cavalry. A brand new rat god sidekick. I had an entrance planned, and these cowards couldn't even stick around to watch it. But you know what? Their cowardice created something way more interesting than a battle ever could have. When the people of the capital woke up that morning and discovered that their king, their parliament, and every major noble had silently abandoned them in the night, after promising they'd fight to the last man, the city didn't just get angry. It erupted. See, the royals had been giving big speeches for days. We will never abandon our citizens. We will stand against the heretic god to our last breath. Very inspiring. Very dramatic. Very much a complete lie, apparently. The civilian council, the elected representatives of regular people, found out first. These were hometown folks, born and raised in the capital, chosen by their neighbors because they were trustworthy. And when they discovered the betrayal, they didn't panic. They got furious. They immediately went to every street corner and announced the truth. The news spread across the entire capital in under 2 hours. And the emotional journey of the citizens went roughly like this. Mobs formed. Citizens stormed the empty royal palace. They surrounded noble mansions. The military police split. Some sided with the citizens, some tried to maintain order, and some were busy fighting other military police who'd picked the opposite side. It was complete chaos. Nobles were being dragged out of their houses by angry crowds. Some of them, even at this point, had the audacity to scream, "How dare you? I am a nobleman. Unhand me." The crowd's response was immediate and physical. Nobleman? You're worse than sewer rats. You're parasites. Today we're teaching parasites what happens when the host gets angry. Punching commenced. Lots of punching. Now, I want to be clear, this was not what I wanted. Not even close. Zane's secret society had agents in the capital who'd been working with the civilian council, trying to guide things toward a peaceful transition. They'd told the council representatives the truth. I'm not evil. The Western Army wasn't massacred. 99% surrendered alive, and I'd been merciful everywhere I went. The council believed it. They wanted to believe it. But they also needed to give the furious citizens something to do with all that rage before it turned truly catastrophic. So they tried to channel the chaos into organized justice, targeting nobles who'd actively supported the king's lies, setting up public tribunals, keeping things somewhat controlled. It partially worked. In some neighborhoods where council representatives had good relationships with local police, the riots stayed relatively orderly. Orderly riot, being a term I never thought I'd use, but here we are. In other neighborhoods, total breakdown. Fires, looting, some nobles' families, including elderly people and children, getting caught up in the violence. Gang members using the chaos as cover for their own agendas. The herd mentality turned ugly fast. Up on a clock tower, an old council member named Thorne watched the destruction with tears in his eyes. One of Zane's agents stood beside him. "Is this what your restoration army wanted?" the old man asked bitterly. The agent sighed. "Sir, believe me, nobody wanted this. Not us, not our lord, not Zane. But even if we hadn't guided things, the people would have rioted on their own, and it would have been 10 times worse." He looked at a noble getting beaten senseless in the street below. Most of these nobles left behind aren't even guilty of much. They were abandoned by the big fish, just like everyone else. But they're wearing the wrong clothes on the wrong day. That's sometimes all it takes. Then the agent said something that actually moved the old man. Whether they're nobles or commoners, they're all descendants of Lysexia's ancient people. They're all our Lord's children. This violence hurts him too. The old man closed his eyes. He didn't know who to blame anymore. The god for waking up? The king for trying to hunt the god? The nobles for lying? The people for rioting? Everyone was wrong. Everyone was a victim. Everything was broken. All he knew was that he desperately, urgently needed me to arrive. Because I was apparently the only thing that could stop this city from tearing itself apart. And because the universe occasionally has decent dramatic timing. Right as the riots reached their absolute peak, fires burning, crowds surging, gunshots echoing through the streets, the whole capital descending into what looked like the end of civilization. Massive green vines suddenly erupted from the earth all around the city walls, shooting skyward, weaving together, blocking out the sun. The Byron City Special. I'd arrived, and unlike the king, the parliament, and every noble who'd promised to be here, I actually showed up. So there I was, making my grand entrance into the capital, the final act, the big finale, the moment everything had been building toward. I did the Vine Dome thing again, just like Byron City. Giant green tendrils erupting from the earth, weaving across the sky, blocking out the sun. But this time I left a big hole in the center, like a funnel pointing down at the heart of the city. Dramatic lighting from above, shadows everywhere else. Very theatrical. I was proud of it. The city was mid-riot when I showed up. People were literally beating nobles in the streets. Buildings were on fire. Military police were fighting other military police. Pure anarchy. But the moment those vines covered the sky, everyone just froze. Mid-punch, mid-scream, mid-everything. The reaction split into 2 camps immediately. Camp 1. The evil god is here. Hide. He's going to eat us. These were the people who still believed the royal propaganda about me being an ancient man-eating monster. They ran screaming into buildings like cockroaches when the lights come on. Camp 2, and this was the much bigger group, went full convert mode. Shut up about evil gods. That's the Silver Lord. Our God. The real God. The king ran away because he was afraid of divine punishment. Everyone kneel before you get smited. Smote? Smitten? Just kneel. One woman started lecturing her entire neighborhood. Don't you dare disrespect the divine being. Get on your knees right now. Then Zane's secret society played their trump card. About 100 agents who'd been hiding in the capital suddenly appeared in the main square, wearing matching white ceremonial robes with snake and weed emblems. They formed up in perfect rows and started chanting praises in unison like they'd been rehearsing for months. which they probably had. Praise the Lord. The God of abundance and silver returns to the ancient silver city. The crowd stared at them, then stared at the sky, then stared at each other. One group of young guys was whispering among themselves. Those are the cult people who've been distributing illegal pamphlets. An older guy next to them nearly slapped them. Cult? Are you insane? Those are the God's faithful servants. And we are also the God's people. Start chanting before we all end up on a bonfire. The big brother of the group immediately panicked. He's right. Everyone follow my lead. Praise the great God of his honest friend. But yesterday you said they were all crazy fanatics. Smack. Back of the head. That was before I saw the sky turn into a greenhouse. Now shut up and kneel. And just like that, wave after wave, ring after ring, spreading outward from the central square, the entire capital's population dropped to their knees. 1 million people, all kneeling, all chanting, all staring up at the funnel opening in the Vine Dome, waiting for their God to appear. Beautiful moment. Truly, the culmination of everything. And then the sand rat ruined it. I don't know how she got loose. I don't know what she was thinking. But somehow, while I was positioning myself for the perfect dramatic descent through the funnel opening, this idiot managed to wriggle free and float up into the gap first. Carried by her own little sandstorm whirlwind, she drifted into view of 1 million upturned faces. A giant rat, hovering in the sky, where a majestic silver serpent god was supposed to be. The entire city went dead silent. 1 million brains simultaneously short-circuited. What is that? ORAT, the secret society agents in the square, the ones who'd been leading the chanting with such passion, stopped mid-word. Their mouths hung open. They looked at each other in complete bewilderment. This was not in the script. And the sand rat? She was loving it. 1 million people staring up at her in stunned silence. And she interpreted this as AWE. Reverence. Worship of her magnificent form. She puffed up her chest and announced in her squeaky divine voice, "Oomph. Very good, mortals. You know true greatness when you see it. I acknowledge your devotion and hereby forgive your past disrespect toward us gods." The crowd. Duh. Now then, prepare your finest offerings. I only accept this year's harvest, nothing stale. And as for the greatest and most powerful silver, she was about to reveal my whole entrance. She was giving a speech, an unauthorized, unrehearsed, completely delusional acceptance speech as if SHE was the main event. I moved faster than I've ever moved in either of my lives. A silver flash. My tail shot up, wrapped around her entire body, including her big, stupid mouth, and yanked her out of view so fast, she probably got whiplash. All the audience saw was a rat appearing, squeaking something ridiculous, and then getting snatched away by a silver blur like a stuffed animal grabbed by a claw machine. MMPH. MMPH. She kicked her little legs frantically in my coils, trying to scream through my tail wrapped around her snout. We are going to have a very long talk about stage presence and knowing your role, young lady. Anyway, with the comedic relief forcibly removed from the stage, I finally made my entrance. The real entrance. My serpent head descended through the funnel opening, silver scales gleaming, eyes deep and ancient, body coiling downward into the city like a divine river flowing from the heavens. The crowd erupted. The Silver Lord. Praise the Silver Lord. And I, channeling every ounce of divine authority I possessed, let my voice boom across the entire capital. Every man, woman, and child heard it directly in their minds. Lasexia, the Silver City. This day has finally come. Children of abundance and silver, rejoice. I, sovereign of the powers of abundance and silver, hereby pardon your acts of unknowing blasphemy committed under the guidance of those who deceived you. From this day forward, under my protection, you shall receive true guidance. No more ignorance. No more suffering. You shall know prosperity and glory once again. Rejoice. Celebrate. Give praise. 1 million people screaming, crying, chanting my name. The Vine Dome blooming with silver flowers overhead. Sunlight streaming through the funnel like a spotlight from the heavens themselves. That's how you make an entrance. Not whatever the rat did. Okay, confession time. Giving that big divine speech was kind of embarrassing. I'm a guy from modern Earth. In my previous life, I watched YouTube videos and argued with strangers on the internet. And now here I was, booming out proclamations like, rejoice, children of silver, to a million kneeling people. Part of my brain was cringing so hard, but I did it anyway. And not just for the faith points. See, when I arrived at the capital, the site of the ancient Silver City, something hit me that I wasn't expecting. The 1,000 years of accumulated faith memories stored in my spiritual core suddenly came flooding in. Not just emotions. Full scenes. Vivid, devastating, heartbreaking scenes. I saw the day the original Silver Serpent died. Over 1,000 years ago, when magical energy vanished from the world, the snake god's physical body dissolved into sparkling light right there in the Grand Temple. Thousands of faithful servants watched their god literally evaporate. And the most devoted believers, the saints, the fanatics, chose to die with their god rather than live without faith. They just let go, right there in the temple. Then I saw what happened 167 years later, when Lasexia finally fell. The last king, the last priests, the remaining noble families, they knew they'd lost. Instead of surrendering, they set themselves on fire, along with the entire city. Over 100,000 faithful citizens chose to burn with their capital rather than live under a godless kingdom. 100,000 people. Voluntary self-immolation. Because they believed that strongly. The new conqueror was actually disturbed enough by this to show a sliver of mercy. He rebuilt his capital on the same spot, instead of abandoning the ashes. But he banned all mention of the snake god, erased the history, hunted down the surviving royal bloodlines. And yet, the faith survived. 200 years after that purge, the snake believers crawled back out of hiding, rebuilt the church, got involved in politics, got crushed again, rebuilt again, got crushed again, rebuilt again, over and over for 1,000 years. Each generation a little smaller, a little more obscure, until the whole thing became minor folklore that most people hadn't heard of. But it never died. Not completely. Because some families, Zane's ancestors among them, kept the flame burning in secret. Generation after generation, parent to child, whispering stories about the Silver Lord who would someday return. 1,000 years of stubborn, beautiful, sometimes foolish, absolutely human devotion. And now here I was, standing above the exact spot where all those people burned themselves alive rather than abandon their faith in me. Their wish, their collective prayer echoing across centuries, was simply, please come back. So yeah, I gave the speech, and I meant every word of it. Not because I'm a natural cult leader, but because 1,000 years of people believed in something enough to die for it, and the absolute least I could do was show up and say, I'm here. It was worth it. You can stop waiting now. The crowd's reaction was exactly what you'd expect. Tears, screaming, hugging, praising. One old man started sobbing because he realized his son, who'd been in the army fighting against me, would be pardoned. My Lord is truly merciful. Yeah, buddy, your kid is fine. I wrapped him in vines and sent him home. He's probably more embarrassed than hurt. Even the surviving nobles, the ones who'd just been getting beaten half to death by angry mobs, were crying tears of gratitude. The God forgives everyone. That includes us. We're saved. 5 minutes ago the citizens wanted to kill them. Now everyone was hugging. Humans are wild, man. I watched all of this with a deep sigh. Human nature. When things go right, they're wonderful. When things go wrong, they beat each other to death in the streets and set buildings on fire. Same species, same city, same day. But you know what? I have divine powers. If talking doesn't work, I have a 300-meter body and 8 divine abilities. Diplomacy first, physics second. Biggest fist wins in every world. And my fists are the size of buildings. Anyway, enough philosophy. Time to do something spectacular. I looked at the center of the capital. The royal palace, the parliament building, the fancy noble district, all abandoned, partly trashed from the riots, but still occupying a massive chunk of prime real estate, roughly 15 square kilometers. And I thought, this is where the original temple stood. 1,000 years ago, this was sacred ground. People died here for their faith, so I'm going to give it back. I activated my silver divine powers, specifically the ore generation ability, and created an entirely new silver mineral vein deep beneath the city center. A massive deposit of pure divine silver, flowing through the earth like underground rivers of metal. Then I used that newly created vein as a lever and started pushing the ground up. The earth began to rumble. The entire capital shook. People screamed, thinking it was an earthquake. Then they saw it. The center of the city, the palace, the parliament, the noble quarter, the ground just separated from everything around it. A clean break. And then it started rising. Slowly, powerfully, unstoppably. An entire district of the capital lifting into the sky on a pillar of silver-veined stone, like a mountain being born in real time. Every single person in the capital stood with their mouth hanging open, watching the literal ground reshape itself before their eyes. I was building a temple. No, I was building a mountain. A divine plateau rising from the heart of the Silver City, to serve as the foundation of the new Lysexia. 1,000 years of prayers, answered with geology. So I built a mountain, in the middle of a city, in about 7 minutes. Just casual God stuff. Let me walk you through the engineering. I grabbed the entire central district, the royal palace, the parliament building, the noble quarter, about 15 square kilometers of prime real estate, and just pushed it up, 600 meters into the sky, like squeezing a pimple on the face of the earth, except the pimple was made of silver-veined rock and had 100,000 screaming people on top of it. Oh right, the people. Yeah, there were like 100,000 humans standing in that zone when I started lifting. Did I forget about them? No. I put up energy barriers around the edges so nobody fell off. Safety first. I'm a responsible deity. The people on top had reactions. First came the earthquake feeling. Everyone was stumbling around going, "What's happening?" Then someone looked up and noticed the Vine Dome was getting closer. Wait, are we going up? The ground is rising. We're being lifted, my lord. What are you doing to us? And as they rose higher and higher, they could see me more clearly. Every silver scale, every ripple of divine light across my body. Which meant they got more terrified, not less. Everyone who'd been standing immediately dropped back to their knees. Even the people who were already kneeling somehow tried to kneel harder. Down below, the million-plus citizens surrounding the base watched an entire city district transform into a mountain in real time. Jaws on the floor, brains offline. A spiral peak with a flat summit. White silver roads winding around it like a divine highway to heaven. The old royal palace perched on top like a crown. For the people at the bottom, this was the moment it truly clicked. Not the Vine Dome, not the healing, not even my giant snake body. This, watching the actual geography of their city get casually rearranged like furniture, was what finally broke through every last barrier of skepticism. That's our God. He just made a mountain. In our city. While we watched, praise the Lord, someone whispered, because literally no other words existed for what they'd just seen. Now, full transparency, this little construction project hurt my energy budget. Bad. Creating a silver or vein underground, then using it to lever up 15 square kilometers of Earth 600 meters into the air, that ate through my reserves like nothing else I'd done. Way more than the battles, more than the healing miracles, more than the Vine Dome light shows. I was down to less than 20% of my original stored power. If it weren't for my little rat ATM, the sand rat's faith reserves slowly converting through the Mobius ring, I would never have been this reckless. But it was worth it. This mountain would become the heart of the new Lysexia, the divine mountain, the symbol that says, a god lives here and he remodels continents for fun. I plan to keep reshaping it over the coming weeks, carving it into a proper replica of the ancient Silver City's temple complex, a landmark visible for dozens of kilometers. The most unmistakable, "This is a God's country," sign on the entire continent. After the mountain was done, I called Zane and the restoration forces into the city. My part was finished. Everything from here was human business. And oh boy, there was a lot of human business. Zane had a whole checklist, getting the entire former Winston Kingdom, all the provinces, cities, and territories, to accept that their old government was dead and the new Lysexia was in charge. Organizing a founding ceremony, building the church infrastructure nationwide, dealing with the 50-something million citizens who needed to transition from subjects of Winston Kingdom to children of the Silver Lord without everything collapsing. Then there were the external problems. The neighboring countries? They were going to freak out. Not attack immediately. The sheer speed of Winston's destruction would scare them into defensive mode first. But they definitely form military alliances, set up border defenses, and most importantly, hit us with economic blockades and diplomatic isolation. Cut off trade, refuse to recognize the new kingdom, treat us like a pariah state. Plus, the escaped Winston royal family was going to tour every neighboring court begging for help. And their pitch would be easy. Hey, you know how all of us have been secretly hunting gods? Well, one of those gods just took over a country. How do you think he feels about your god-hunting programs? Also, ancient Lusexia's borders were bigger than just Winston. His territory claims overlap with 3 of your kingdoms. Sleep tight. That's actually a pretty good argument. Annoying, but effective. My response to all of this? Simple. If they come to US, even better. I want them to pick a fight, because right now I'm a benevolent god who only acted in self-defense. I need a legitimate reason to expand, and they attacked first is the cleanest justification a deity could ask for. I told Zane, ignore the neighbors, ignore the empire's schemes. Focus on one thing, getting every city and town in the former Winston territory to accept Lusexia's authority. If anyone refuses, send the sand rat for a visit. Nothing motivates cooperation like a divine rodent showing up at your doorstep. For myself, I needed to rest, recharge, digest the sand rat's faith energy through the Mobius ring, keep reshaping the capital into a proper silver city, and most importantly, push toward medium divine power as fast as possible. No greed, no overreach. Stabilize what we have, absorb every advantage we've gained, and get stronger before the world figures out how to respond. 1 month. Give me 1 month of peace to digest, build, and level up. Then we'll see what's next. 5 days after I parked myself on a mountain in the middle of the capital, things were actually starting to look normal. Well, normal for a city that just experienced a regime change, a riot, and the spontaneous creation of a 600-meter divine mountain. The bar for normal was pretty low. The city wasn't called Winston Capital anymore. Officially, nobody had changed the name yet. Zane was still working through the paperwork of founding an entire nation, which apparently takes longer than conquering one. But every single citizen had already switched to calling it the Silver City. No announcement needed. They just collectively decided. Humans are funny like that. 1 million people independently making the same branding decision overnight. But while I was up on my mountain digesting faith energy and planning temple renovations, life in the city was already moving on in the most beautifully mundane ways. Let me tell you about one little scene that happened down in the streets, because honestly, it's the kind of thing that makes all the kingdom destroying worth it. There was this girl named Anna, 23 years old, ran a tiny bread shop in a poor neighborhood. She'd been opening her shop at dawn every morning since the takeover, not because business was booming, but because she was waiting for her brother Hans to come home from the army. Her neighbor, old Mrs. Madeline from the tailor shop next door, was her daily first customer. Anna, you're up early again. Want to sell me yesterday's reheated bread? Classic old lady sass. Anna tried to upsell her on fresh loaves with a sweet smile that was 100% business strategy. These two clearly had a whole routine going. But here's where it gets interesting. Anna had a problem. Capital P. Some Viscount's son, a real piece of work, had been harassing her for nearly 5 years, showing up at her shop, being a creep, making her life miserable. The kind of entitled noble brat who thought being born rich meant every girl in the city was his personal catalog. Anna survived through a combination of fake bravery, smart use of her brother's military reputation, and a neighborhood full of people who had her back. Every time this creep showed up, someone would call the military police, and a friend of Hans would come running to scare the guy off. Not always peacefully. The noble had gotten punched more than once. But underneath the tough exterior, Anna cried alone at night. Every night. Because that's what powerless people do in a world where nobles can do whatever they want, and justice depends on who your daddy is. She'd been saving every penny of her brother's military salary, refusing to spend it, planning to use it to help Hans find a wife when he retired. She was 23 and running a bread shop in a slum to save money for her 30-something bachelor brother's future wedding. This girl's heart was bigger than my entire snake body. Now, here's the beautiful part about regime change. 5 days after I showed up and announced my divine pardons and the whole New World Order deal, the nobility of the capital was in full panic mode. Word had gotten out that the new Lusexia kingdom was planning nationwide public tribunals, accountability hearings where common people could bring charges against nobles who'd abused their power. Suddenly, Every minor noble in the city was scrambling to apologize for every bad thing they'd ever done. It was like watching rats trying to clean their own fur before the exterminator arrives. So naturally, Pig Face, the Viscount's son, showed up at Anna's shop with a gift box and 4 nervous bodyguards, sweating bullets, trying to grovel his way out of 5 years of harassment. "Miss Anna, please forgive me. I was terrible. I'm so sorry. Look, I brought you a present. I'll never bother you again, I swear." His bodyguards were scanning the neighborhood like they were in enemy territory. Which, to be fair, they were. The butcher across the street, a massive guy covered in pig grease, was already untying his apron and cracking his knuckles. Half the shop owners on the block were giving the noble death stares. Old Mrs. Madeline was yelling, "Get out, you filth. This isn't your world anymore." The guy was genuinely terrified. 5 days ago, he'd been an untouchable aristocrat. Today, he was one angry mob away from becoming a smear on the cobblestones. Funny how fast the world turns. Anna stood there, face blank, staring at this pathetic excuse for a human being. 5 years of fear, 5 years of sleepless nights, 5 years of pretending to be brave when she was falling apart inside. And now he wanted forgiveness? With a gift box? She thought about it. She thought about the fact that I'd pardoned everyone, nobles included. She thought about the possibility that nobles might still have some status in the new kingdom. She thought about being practical, being smart, being the survivor she'd always been. She slowly reached out her hand. The noble's face lit up with relief. He scrambled to hand over the gift. And then, smack. A hand that was not Anna's came out of absolutely nowhere and slapped the noble so hard his gift box went flying. The guy hit the ground screaming, "You disgusting pig. You're still harassing my sister? You think I won't kill you?" Standing over the fallen noble, fists clenched, face twisted with 5 years of rage he'd been holding in from hundreds of kilometers away, Hans. Anna's brother. Home from the army. Just in time. He beat the living daylights out of that noble. Punched him, kicked him, absolutely went to town while the bodyguards stood there frozen because, well, the guy who'd just arrived looked like he could eat all 4 of them for breakfast. The neighborhood watched approvingly. Old Mrs. Madeline probably wished she had popcorn. When Hans finally ran out of steam and the noble was unconscious on the ground, he turned to look at Anna. His face transformed from fury to guilt in an instant. He knew. He knew she'd been dealing with this alone while he was away fighting in a war he didn't choose. "Anna, I'm home. He couldn't even finish the sentence. Too much guilt. Too much relief. Too much everything. And Anna. This girl who'd been carrying the weight of the world on her shoulders since she was 18, who cried alone every night, who saved every coin for her brother's happiness while barely feeding herself, looked at him with the gentlest, most heartbreaking smile and said, "Welcome home, brother." That's it. That's the scene. And that right there, not the mountain, not the vine dome, not the million people chanting my name. That is why I'm doing all of this. So that girls like Anna don't have to cry alone at night anymore. So that brothers like Hans can come home. So that pig-faced nobles learn that being born rich doesn't make you untouchable. Am I getting sentimental? Maybe. I'm a snake god with a modern human soul. Sue me. While I was up on my mountain doing god stuff, digesting faith energy, planning temple blueprints, occasionally slapping the sand rat when she snored too loud, the humans were busy building an actual country down below. And honestly, they were doing a pretty decent job without me. Let me introduce you to Hans. Remember all those soldiers I captured and released? Hans was one of them, sort of. He was actually a secret agent. A spy who'd been working undercover in the old Winston Kingdom's intelligence service, but secretly loyal to Zane's cause. And now his big promotion had arrived. Rebuild the entire spy agency from scratch, but this time pointing it outward instead of inward. See, the old kingdom's secret police spent most of their time spying on their own citizens, watching dissidents, monitoring troublemakers. Classic authoritarian nonsense. The new version, renamed from Secret Guard to Intelligence Bureau, would focus exclusively on foreign espionage, watching the neighboring kingdoms, tracking the escaped royal family, keeping tabs on the mechanical empire. Hans had one major headache, though. The fleeing royals took most of the classified files and foreign agent contact lists with them. So he was basically rebuilding a spy network from memory, one former colleague at a time. "Hey, Remember me from secret spy training 10 years ago? Want a new job? Great. Who else do you remember? His other job? Finding the old regime's sleeper agents still hiding in the capital. Because of course the king left spies behind. Some of them were death soldiers, kids raised from birth to be fanatically loyal to the royal family. Brainwashed since childhood. Their devotion to the crown was basically the evil version of religious faith. These people would not be easy to find or flip, but Hans had backup. Specifically, he had Mackie. Yes, my 12-year-old divine blessed chaos gremlin was assigned as Hans's bodyguard and assistant. Zane and Andrew called it training experience for the young saint. What it actually meant was, if Hans runs into trouble, just point Mackie at it and stand back. Hans also had Dora, the sensible 15-year-old, tagging along, plus Aiden, Andrew's eldest son, Zane's secretary, as his nominal boss running the intelligence bureau from above. So Hans's team was a 31-year-old spy, a 12-year-old with god powers, a 15-year-old who was mostly there to make sure the 12-year-old didn't destroy anything, and a bureaucrat. What could go wrong? When Hans went to collect his charges, he found Mackie and Dora window shopping at a jewelry stall in the poor district, staring longingly at cheap butterfly hair clips. Uncle Hans, you're back already? Why didn't you stay with your sister longer? Uncle, he was 31. 31. Not even married yet. And this kid was calling him uncle. He bought them both some cheap trinkets because their actual guardian, Aiden, had specifically refused to give them spending money. Smart man. Giving Mackie unsupervised access to money in a city full of shops would be like giving a raccoon a credit card. Dora, being the responsible one, immediately said, "This is a loan. My father will pay you back." Mackie said nothing because she was already wearing both hair clips and spinning in circles. Then came the big news. Newsboys came running down the street screaming headlines. Extra! Extra! The entire Southern Territory has surrendered. All cities have joined the Silver City, and then the real bombshell. Zane announces the new Lysexia Kingdom will be a constitutional monarchy. A new council of sages based on civilian representatives will hold most governmental power. The king's authority comes from God and the people, and therefore returns to God and the people. The street went absolutely nuts. People were throwing elbows to buy newspapers. 6 pennies a copy, and they were selling faster than Anna's fresh bread. Hans stood back, watching the frenzy, and smiled quietly, because he understood what this meant. Zane, with my blessing, was doing something revolutionary. Not just founding a kingdom, founding a modern kingdom. Constitutional monarchy. Representative government. Power shared with the people instead of hoarded by aristocrats. Sure, the old nobles would worm their way into the new council of sages at first. They had money, connections, influence. But over time, their power would shrink. Their titles would become ceremonial. Because MY Church and MY chosen families would make absolutely certain that feudal aristocracy never rose again to interfere with the spread of faith among the people. The nobles thought they were keeping their positions by donating money and kissing up to the new regime. What they were actually doing was buying front-row seats to their own irrelevance. Meanwhile, the common people, the Annas, the Hans, the Mrs., Madeleines, were about to discover that for the first time in their lives, their voices actually mattered. Their representatives would write the laws. Their votes would shape the kingdom. Their God actually cared whether they were happy. This is really nice, Hans murmured to himself, watching the excited crowd grab at newspapers. And yeah, it really was. So day 6 in the Silver City. My mountain temple was looking gorgeous, if I do say so myself. The silver staircase spiraling up the peak like a massive snake coiled around a mountain, very on brand. The temple walls at the top gleaming in the morning sun. The whole thing visible from the horizon. Chef's kiss. Security was tight. 50 hand-picked guards from the cavalry unit that followed me to the capital, the most fanatically devoted soldiers in the entire army. These guys had personally watched me turn cannonballs to stone, grow forests from nothing, and build a mountain in 7 minutes. Their faith levels were so high some of them were approaching, would literally die for the snake god without being asked, territory. Nobody was getting up that mountain without permission. The silver staircase entrance was blocked off, and the rest of the mountain? Smooth as a mirror. You couldn't climb it with ropes, hooks, or spider powers. Plus, the citizens living at the base had appointed themselves as volunteer neighborhood watch. Try anything suspicious near their divine mountain, and they'd report you faster than you could say blasphemy. That didn't stop people from trying to get close, though. Every day, crowds gathered at the staircase entrance to pray, touch the silver steps, rub the railings for good luck, and generally be adorably superstitious. It was like a holy tourist attraction that wasn't open yet. Then, around noon, things got interesting. An old man pushed through the crowd with a small child, crossed the clearly marked security line, and headed straight for the guards. Halt! Can't you read the signs? No one within 10 meters. The old man, trembling, desperate, clearly running on fumes, dropped to his knees right there and started talking fast. My name is Hussein Cooper. I'm the current patriarch of the Cooper clan, chosen bloodline descendants of the great Wind Sand God. I've come from the Northern Territory because I heard my lord has awakened and is here with the Silver Lord. Please, the Sand people need help. The situation is, the guards cut him off. Not unkindly, but firmly. Sir, anyone claiming divine heritage needs to register at the church's temporary reception office first. They'll verify your identity, and I could feel, even from up on the mountain, the old man's despair spike through the roof. See, he'd already been to the church reception office yesterday, and what he found there was a waiting room packed with people all claiming to be divine descendants. Half of them were probably lying. The processing queue was enormous. By the time the church verified his identity, weeks could pass. Weeks he didn't have, because up in the Northern Territory, nearly 3 million Sand people were dying. Here's what had been happening while I was busy conquering kingdoms and building mountains, and it's not funny at all. The plague that the Sand Rat had been unconsciously spreading, it had devastated the Sand people's homeland. And the Winston Kingdom's response? The 6th Army Group had surrounded the entire Sand Territory with military checkpoints. Quarantine, they called it. What it actually meant was, nobody gets in, nobody gets out, and if your village is confirmed infected, they burned it. With the sick people still inside. No medicine sent in. No doctors. Just fire and bullets. When desperate Sand people tried to break through the blockades to get medical help, the army shot them. When they tried to sneak out through the desert, soldiers hunted them down. The kingdom had been quietly committing what was essentially a slow-motion genocide, and the outside world barely knew because the newspapers never reported the real scale of it. Hussein had escaped the blockade, but people died getting him out. His own clan members sacrificed themselves so their patriarch could reach the outside world and find help. And when he finally got out, nothing. Nobody cared. The northern cities that had experienced minor plague outbreaks actually hated the Sand people for spreading it. If Hussein revealed he was a Sand person, he'd have been killed on the spot. He'd been carrying this guilt for weeks. Guilt for not recognizing the Sand Rat's abnormal state sooner. Guilt for letting his people continue praying at the site where the rat god had burrowed underground in agony. Guilt for sending sick clan members to other cities for help, accidentally spreading the plague further. He blamed himself for everything. He'd wanted to die, genuinely considered it. Then he heard the news. The Sand Rat god had reunited with me, was cured of her madness, and was sitting right up there on my mountain. Hope, after months of absolute darkness. So he'd rushed here, crossed the entire kingdom, made it to the capital, and now guards were telling him to take a number and wait in line. He couldn't wait, so he did the only thing he could think of. He dropped to the ground right there at the base of my silver staircase and started wailing. Praise the great lords. Your servant Hussein Cooper begs for your attention. Your children in the north, the Sand people, they're dying. Please, I beg you, look upon us. The guards froze. The crowd went silent. This was technically improper behavior before the divine mountain. In the old days, you could get punished for making a scene at the temple entrance. But this old man was clearly not crazy. He was clearly not faking. He was clearly, genuinely, desperately begging his God to notice that hundreds of thousands of people were dying. The guards looked at each other. The unspoken agreement was, let's wait and see if the gods respond. If they don't, well, they'd have to move him eventually. They didn't have to wait long. Up in the temple, the Sand Rat, who had been in deep sleep mode, processing faith energy per my instructions, suddenly jolted awake with eyes the size of dinner plates. Oh no, this is bad. Very bad. Big Snake. Big Snake, wake up. I just remembered something really important. I cracked one eye open. What? The Sand people. The plague. The 3 million humans who worshipped her, trapped in a quarantine death zone, dying by the thousands while she'd been sleeping and I'd been building temples. She'd completely forgotten about them. In her defense, she'd been insane for most of the relevant time period. But still, 3 million people, dying. Right now, while we napped, I was suddenly very, very awake. 6 days. I got 6 days of peace. 6 glorious days of automated faith processing, body growth, and divine napping. My Mobius ring was chugging along, converting corrupted faith into clean energy while I slept. My body was growing on autopilot. Everything was running like a well-oiled divine machine. Then the sand rat woke me up screaming, "Big Snake! Big Snake! Wake up! I forgot something really important." I opened one eye. What? My people. The sand people. They're still trapped. The plague. The army. OHNO, OHNO, OHNO. So let me get this straight. 3 million humans who worship this rodent have been dying of plague for 6 months. Trapped behind military blockades. Getting their villages burned down with them inside. And she forgot? So your followers have been suffering for half a year, and you didn't think to mention this until now? She shrank down to approximately the size of a tennis ball emotionally. My brain was hurting really bad. I couldn't think about weak human servants when I was going crazy. Then, and this is the part where I almost lost it, she said, with complete sincerity, "But it's fine. Big Snake. Human servants breed really fast. Lose one batch, a new batch grows right back. As long as they're not all dead, it's totally okay." I stared at her for a very long time. Then I smacked her with my tail. Whap! EK, she curled into a ball, trembling, little paws over her head. "I'm sorry. Don't eat me." Now, I wasn't actually that angry. Annoyed, sure. But her attitude wasn't really her fault. It was just how beast gods thought. To the ancient divine beasts, humans were useful tools. Helpful little creatures that provided faith energy. If some died, more would be born. Like crops. You don't cry over individual wheat stalks. This was the default mindset of every beast god from the old era. Humans were interesting enough to keep around, but not really worth caring about beyond their utility. And honestly, if it hadn't been for the original Silver Serpent, the Lysexia gods might have treated their humans way worse. Which brought me to something weird I'd been noticing in the old Silver Serpent's memories. Something that didn't quite add up. I'd been digging through memory fragments, and I found this scene. A big gathering of all the subordinate gods. The number 1 lieutenant, a giant wolf called the god of war and earth, who was roughly my size, had asked a question that apparently everyone wanted answered. "Boss, why do you care so much about these weak humans? You make us feed them, protect them, even learn from them. Their wisdom isn't worth one of my claws. I don't get it." All the other subordinate gods were nodding along. The music cat, the sand rat, everyone. They all wanted to know. And the original Silver Serpent's response was weird. She hesitated, looked confused for a moment, like she didn't fully understand it herself. Then she just shrugged it off with a smile. "Honestly, I don't really know either. I just like them. From the very first moment I saw their species, something about them felt special to me. Maybe I was just born liking creatures that look like that. Anyway, don't question it. Just do what I say. If they don't attack you first, you don't hurt them. Any objections?" Nobody objected. You don't argue with the boss when the boss can eat you. But that moment of confusion stuck with me. The original Silver Serpent, a beast born in this world, who should have had the same instinctive indifference toward humans as every other divine beast, had an unexplainable, almost instinctive affection for humans specifically. She couldn't even explain why. That's not normal beast god behavior. That's suspicious. That's the kind of thing that makes me wonder if there was something more going on with my predecessor. Something she herself might not have been aware of. Was she also? No, I didn't have enough information. Filed it under mysteries to solve later and moved on. I asked the sand rat where she'd picked up the "humans are disposable" attitude, and she immediately ratted out, pun intended, her neighbor, some vulture god from an adjacent divine nation. Apparently, this scavenger used to visit her territory and try to trade bug larvae for human servants. But I never said yes. Not once. I promise, good girl. Have a cookie. Actually, don't have a cookie. Have a slap for forgetting 3 million dying people. I told her to go downstairs and bless the old sand person man. Hussein, who'd been prostrating himself at the base of my mountain crying for divine attention. Poor guy had escaped a military death zone, lost clan members covering his escape, nearly killed himself from guilt, and traveled across the entire kingdom just to reach us. Then I checked in with Zane about the Northern Territory situation and got more annoying news. Half the northern cities still hadn't submitted to the new kingdom, and the 6th Army Group, the one running the Sand People quarantine death camps, hadn't even contacted us. Their commander was just ignoring the regime change entirely, sitting in his fortified position going, la la la. I can't hear you. The old kingdom is definitely still real. Perfect. The Sand Rat needed a mission anyway. I'd send her north to handle it. Nothing says, please reconsider your political allegiance, quite like a divine rodent rolling up to your military checkpoint. Meanwhile, I took stock of my own situation. 6 days of passive growth had been productive. My body had stretched from 300 meters to about 360 meters. Not bad for sleeping. And once the rest of the Sand Rat's faith finished converting, I'd take another big step toward medium divine power. Maybe 2 or 3 more subordinate gods worth of accumulated faith, and I'd hit the threshold. Which raised the question, how do I get more subordinate gods? Force-feeding faith to sleeping gods to poison them awake seemed cruel and unreliable. The better strategy was building an intelligence network to find other weak gods waking up across the continent and rescuing them, cleaning their corruption, taking my cut. Win-win. Except our intelligence bureau was still literally just Hans, 2 teenage girls, and a bureaucrat. Not exactly the CIA. I also needed to figure out the whole church power hierarchy, how much divine energy to grant archbishops versus local priests, what spells they could cast, how many times, at what power level. An entire magical corporate structure needed designing. For about 30 seconds, I actually considered doing all this myself. Then I remembered I have people for this. Actually, let Zane and Andrew figure it out. I'll review their proposal. Delegation. The true divine power. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have about 20 more minutes of napping to catch up on before the Sand Rat comes back with another crisis she forgot about. So I sent the Sand Rat on her first solo mission. Go back to the Northern Territory, save the Sand People, and deal with the 6th Army Group that was still pretending the old kingdom existed. Simple enough, right? The moment she got outside the Silver City and away from me, this little rodent immediately dropped the scared baby act and started strutting around like she owned the planet. It was like watching a chihuahua that only barks when it's behind a fence. The second the big dog leaves, suddenly very brave, very tough, very, I am a god, you know. She had old man Hussein, her newly appointed divine servant, tucked in her belly fur, along with little Nora, the mute girl who'd been with him since the beginning. And the conversation between God and worshipper was something. Hussein, very respectfully, my lord, must we travel underground? I can't see which direction we're going. Sand Rat, dripping with condescension, why would I need you to navigate? My divine domain is in the sand desert. I obviously know the way home. You're so dumb. Even dumber than my old servants. You know, your ancestors. Hussein, internally. Deep breath counts to 10, reminds himself this is his god, screams silently. The old man had asked about directions twice before, and the Sand Rat never bothered answering. She let him ramble on about offering to guide her, then waited until the most dramatic possible moment to reveal she knew the way all along. Not because she was being strategic, because she literally forgot to mention it. At one point, little Nora, the mute girl, started signing to Hussein, Grandpa is our god. Kind of. Stupid. Hussein grabbed her hands so fast he nearly sprained something. He telepathically hissed, Nora, you cannot disrespect our divine lord. Her current condition is entirely due to evil corruption from her awakening. She's normally very wise. Now believe harder so she'll heal your voice. Nora's eyes went wide. She nodded vigorously. Message received. Don't question the rat, just pray. Meanwhile, Hussein was having his own private crisis of faith. His sacred family scriptures had warned that the Wind Sand god was somewhat unfamiliar with mortal affairs. That was the polite, ancient way of saying, your god is an idiot. But he'd assumed it was metaphorical, poetic, exaggerated for humility. Nope. Turns out his ancestors were being literal and also generous. But he stuffed those thoughts down hard. This is all because of the evil corruption. The Silver Lord said so. My God is wise and powerful. My God is wise and powerful. My God is wise and powerful. The power of denial is truly the strongest force in any religion. Anyway, while my divine rodent was tunneling north with her tiny entourage, something much less funny was brewing at the destination. The 6th Army Group, the ones who'd been running the Sand People death camps, had set up shop in a border city near the edge of the kingdom. And they were not planning to surrender. Their second-in-command, some loudmouth general named Hunter, was giving a whole speech to the other officers. So this snake god is merciful and kind, huh? Great. Then we negotiate from strength. We'll submit to the Silver City, but only if Zane meets all our demands. And if he doesn't, let the god come. We'll just cross the border into the neighboring country. It's right there. A few steps. And while we're at it, we'll make the snake waste more divine power chasing us. His energy can't be infinite. Let him burn through his reserves on us like he did on the Western Front. Who cares about gods? I don't believe in the Mechanical Empire's Iron God either. They're all just overgrown animals with fancy tricks. Classic tough guy talk from a man whose escape plan was run to another country and let my soldiers take the hit. Very brave. Very heroic. Truly the finest military leadership. But here's where it got actually concerning. A foreign ambassador was there, from a neighboring coastal kingdom. And this guy was making promises. Join us. Our nation has a navy. That snake can't swim. Probably. And we've been doing advanced weapons research with the Mechanical Empire. We've had BREAKTHROUGHS in god-killing technology. Then he walked to the window and told everyone to look outside. And there, parked in the shade of some border trees, were 30-plus steel war machines. Big ones, with massive gun barrels. Things that looked like they belonged in a completely different century of warfare. Tanks, artillery platforms, whatever they were clearly products of the Mechanical Empire's divine technology sharing program. The officers looked through their telescopes at these metal monsters and suddenly felt very courageous about fighting a god. So let me get this straight. While I'm napping on my mountain, digesting faith energy, and delegating paperwork to Zane, a rogue army group is running death camps in the north. A neighboring kingdom is parking prototype god-killing weapons on my border. The Mechanical Empire is handing out advanced military technology like Halloween candy. And I send a sand rat to handle it. A sand rat who can't remember 3 million dying worshippers and thinks humans grow back like crops. What could possibly go wrong? So while I was napping and the sand rat was tunneling north, the entire continent decided to have a panic attack about me. Let me paint you the picture. 5 countries surrounding my newly acquired territory had collectively parked about 3.5 million soldiers on my borders. 3.5 million. That's not an army, that's a population. Zane, to his credit, had immediately sent out diplomatic letters to everyone basically saying, "Hey, relax. Our god only destroyed Winston because they tried to hunt him. He's totally chill. Don't poke him and he won't poke you. Promise." Did it work? Sort of. Nobody attacked immediately, which was nice. But nobody went home either. They all just stood there on the border, sweating nervously, pointing guns inward. 3 of these countries had a very specific reason to panic. Their territory used to be part of ancient Lysexia, which meant if I ever decided to go full, reclaiming the homeland, mode, they'd be first on the menu. 2 tiny nations and 1 medium-sized kingdom were basically having existential crises. Now, here's where the geopolitics got really spicy. The Mechanical Empire, sitting way up in the far north of the continent, was pulling strings everywhere like a puppet master with anger issues. Their official position? This heretic snake god nation must be destroyed before it sets a precedent for divine kingdoms. They'd sent steel warship fleets to ports. They had spies in every neighboring country. They were handing out advanced weapons technology like party favors. And they'd apparently gotten their actual god involved, sending down divine power to support the military preparations. The Lancaster Kingdom on my northern border had received the biggest gift package. Those 30-plus steel war machines I mentioned earlier were just the appetizer. A whole steel flood of advanced military hardware was secretly crossing into my territory through the northern border, with the 6th Army Group happily waving them through. Zane had no idea this was happening. Our intelligence bureau was still literally a guy named Hans, 2 teenage girls, and a filing cabinet. We had the south and west covered, but the north? Total blind spot. But here, oh man, here is where it gets good. Let me tell you about my favorite country on this entire continent. The Batet Kingdom. This tiny coastal nation bordering my eastern territory was special. Their entire national identity could be summarized as cats. They love cats. They worship cats. Their royal family had been cat-obsessed for centuries. They gave cats noble titles, actual aristocratic ranks, for cats. And the citizens didn't think this was weird. They'd have heated public debates about whether Sir Whiskers III truly deserved his earldom based on how fluffy he was. Their national philosophy: people who love cats can't be bad people. People who don't love cats are suspicious. Stay away from cat haters. Just be yourself and pet cats. Their military? 15,000 troops. Total. For the whole country. Because why would you need an army when you have cats? And here's the best part. The Batet Kingdom's ancient records were the most detailed source of information about Lysexia on the entire continent. Because nobody had ever bothered conquering them. Who wants to invade cat country? Their historical archives had survived intact for 1,000 years. And their records said the Silver Lord, me, was the benevolent god who told all the other gods to be nice to humans, including their beloved cat god. So when they heard I was back, their king's reaction was basically, the cat god's favorite boss is back. We should immediately surrender and join him. They were this close to holding a national referendum on voluntary annexation. A democratic vote to become part of my divine kingdom. Willingly. Enthusiastically. With cats. But the mechanical empire found out and sent them a message that roughly translated to, do that and we'll destroy your entire royal family. Then they parked a steel battleship fleet in Bastet's biggest port and stuck military monitors in their army. The poor cat king was devastated. We were so close. The cat god's master was right there. If only we'd been one day faster. So now Batet had 15,000 soldiers on my eastern border who had been explicitly ordered to look threatening, but would absolutely, categorically refuse to actually fight me. Their internal logic was bulletproof. This is the god who made the cat god be nice to people. We are not shooting at him. Court-martial us if you want. The Empire knew this. They didn't care about Bastet's actual military contribution. They just needed them to not surrender publicly, because one domino falling would start a chain reaction. So the current situation, 5 nations with 3.5 million troops on my borders, an empire orchestrating everything from behind the scenes, secret advanced weapons being smuggled into my northern territory, a rogue army group collaborating with foreign powers, my intelligence network basically non-existent. And the only thing standing between all of this and catastrophe was a divine rat with the IQ of a golden retriever, currently tunneling underground toward the biggest mess on the continent. But you know what? Sometimes history turns on the unexpected. The Empire planned for everything: diplomatic pressure, military positioning, advanced weaponry, economic blockades. They did not plan for the sand rat. Nobody ever plans for the sand rat. So while I was lounging on my mountain contemplating church hierarchies and napping schedules, the sand rat arrived in the northern desert and immediately discovered that the situation was approximately 1,000 times worse than anyone had told us. Let me describe what she found, and I'm warning you, this part isn't funny. In a hidden cave underneath some desert rocks, over 100 sand people were crammed together. Every single one of them was sick, coughing nonstop, faces white as paper, blood on their lips. They knew they were dying. They'd watched others die before them. It was just a matter of time. A girl named Sally was crying to her brother, I don't want to die. Why is this only happening to us? Has the wind sand god abandoned us? Her brother had no answer. Just tears. You'll be okay, Sally. He didn't believe it. She didn't believe it. Nobody believed it. The plague had no cure in the desert. If they could reach a proper city with real doctors and modern medicine, maybe. But the kingdom's 6th Army Group had sealed off the entire sand territory. No one in, no one out. And the soldiers patrolling the quarantine zone weren't just keeping people contained. They were hunting them. Masked soldiers riding camels through the desert, torching villages, shooting sand people on sight. Not checking if they were sick. Not offering medicine. Not evacuating civilians. Just burning and killing. They'd stopped seeing sand people as humans somewhere along the way. Now it was sport. Found the little rats from before. Don't kill them too fast, boys. Let's have some fun first. That was their squad leader, laughing, his soldiers whistling and hooting like they were on a hunting trip. 30-something armed men chasing a group of sick elderly, women, and children across open desert. One soldier at least had the decency to say, "Captain, they're diseased. Let's just finish it quick and go back to base. I don't want to catch something." Fine, fine. Kill them fast then. Let's wrap this up, just like that. Like swatting flies. Like it was nothing. The brother was running with Sally on his back. She could barely breathe. He could barely run. Gunshots getting closer. Nowhere to hide in flat desert. No weapons. No hope. Just a sick boy carrying his dying sister across sand while men on camels closed in behind them. And then the ground exploded. Not metaphorically. The desert floor literally blew apart sideways, spraying sand and rock everywhere like a bomb had gone off. Camels went flying. Soldiers tumbled off their mounts and hit the ground hard. And from the erupting sand emerged the most beautiful sight those sand people had ever seen in their miserable lives. A giant rat, 50 meters long including the tail, standing up on her hind legs at 20 meters tall, a 6-story building made of fur and divine fury. The soldiers stared. Their brains couldn't even begin to process what they were seeing. These were bottom-rung grunts who didn't even know the old kingdom had fallen. They didn't know gods were real. They certainly didn't know they'd been murdering the chosen people of one. What the hell is that? A rat. Rats don't get that big. Some of the lucky ones managed to scramble back onto their camels and tried to run. They made it about 3 steps before the sand rat summoned a sand tornado around them. Not the playful kind. They turn humans into red mist inside a blender kind. They were gone in seconds. Just vapor in the wind. The remaining 20-something soldiers who were too stunned to run? The sand rat looked at them. Just looked. Then her tail moved. One crack. Like a whip breaking the sound barrier. Silence. Disgusting creatures. The sand rat growled. And for the first time since I'd known her, there was zero comedy in her voice. Zero goofiness. Zero scared baby energy. Bullying my people. My servants. They deserved worse. Then she winced. Ugh, my head is starting to hurt again. I can hear them. So many of my people crying, praying, begging for help, because now that she was back, in her divine domain, the desert she was spiritually bonded to, every prayer, every desperate plea from 3 million suffering sand people was flooding directly into her consciousness. Every dying grandmother, every sick child, every starving family hiding in caves, all of them, all at once, screaming into her soul. There, that direction. More of my people need me. Hurry. She dove back underground without even stopping to check on the survivors she'd just saved. Not because she didn't care, because there were too many people who needed saving and she couldn't waste a single second. Hussein and little Nora, still tucked in her fur, were absolutely stunned. This silly, scared, somewhat dim rat god they'd been gently questioning the intelligence of 10 minutes ago had just annihilated 30 armed soldiers in under 5 seconds without hesitating. No mercy, no speeches, no negotiations. Just instant divine violence for anyone who hurt her people. Maybe don't judge the rat by her personality. Judge her by her tail. Meanwhile, the sand people who'd witnessed the whole thing, the brother and sister, the cave survivors, everyone who'd been running for their lives moments ago, stood in the settling dust, staring at the red smears where their tormentors used to be, and started crying. Not from fear, from hope. That was the wind sand god. She's real. She came back. She's going to save us. We're going to live. Follow her. Follow the direction she went. We'll find her again. And just like that, a group of dying, starving, disease-ridden refugees found the strength to stand up, support each other, and start walking toward their God, toward salvation. Sally, on her brother's back, looked up at the sky with red-rimmed eyes, and for the first time in months, she smiled. Okay, so I said this chapter wasn't funny, and mostly it wasn't. People being hunted and murdered isn't comedy material, even for me. But I'll say this. Those soldiers spent months thinking they were the apex predators of the desert, kings of the sand, untouchable. Then a 50-meter rat popped out of the ground and turned them into confetti. There's a certain cosmic justice in that which I find deeply, deeply satisfying. So let me tell you what the sand rat did when she reached the biggest sand people city in the desert. And I want to be clear, I didn't order this. She did this entirely on her own. And honestly, I'm kind of proud. First, Some context on what she found there. The Winston Kingdom's grand plan for the Sand People was basically textbook evil. The kind of stuff that makes you go, "Are we sure these are the good guys?" Spoiler, they were not. Their strategy was disgustingly clever. The big sand cities, the ones with hundreds of thousands of people, got the nice treatment. Send in some medicine, provide basic supplies, pretend you're helping. Keep the people calm. Keep them thinking the kingdom cares. Keep the city sealed, for quarantine purposes. Very official. Very reasonable sounding. Meanwhile, outside those big cities, in the small villages and towns scattered across the desert, open season. Send in death squads. Burn everything. Shoot everyone. No witnesses, no evidence, no problem. The people trapped inside the big cities would never know their relatives in the countryside were being systematically murdered. The parliament's calculation? Kill about half to a third of the 3 million sand people. Blame it all on the plague. Nobody outside would ever know the difference. And afterward, the sand people would be too weakened to ever resist integration, which was really just code for cultural erasure. Their justification? Well, the sand people are backward and they worship false gods. They had it coming. Classic. Blame the victims for being different. Works every time in politics. The whole thing was even more twisted because the Mechanical Empire's spies had known from day one that the plague was caused by the sand rats awakening, not by the sand people themselves. If they'd shared that information, the kingdom could have handled the situation completely differently. Maybe even organized a proper god hunt with sand people cooperation. But the Empire kept quiet because they wanted to use the sand rat as a weapon against me later. So every dead sand person, every burned village, every shot child, every family that starved in a cave, died because of a chain of deliberate lies, political calculations, and imperial manipulation. Fun world I live in. Now, outside the biggest sand city, Faret Oasis, 30,000 soldiers from the 6th Army Group had been maintaining the blockade. And inside their command tent, the officers were having the most frustrating meeting of their lives. General Xavier, "Sir, do we really need to keep doing this? Winston Kingdom doesn't even exist anymore. Our supply lines are falling apart. We can barely feed ourselves. The Silver City keeps sending messengers telling us to surrender, and each one sounds angrier than the last. If we wait too long, we'll lose our chance at being pardoned." The orders to massacre sand people came from the king and parliament. We were just following orders. If we surrender now, maybe, enough. General Xavier tried to restore order. He never got to finish his sentence. Boom. The ground shook so hard everyone in the tent stumbled. Then came the sounds, explosions, gunfire, screaming, and underneath it all, a roaring wind that sounded like the desert itself was angry. They scrambled outside and saw the apocalypse. For massive sand tornadoes had materialized around the military camp. Not natural tornadoes. These were divine weapons, grinding everything they touched into dust. Tents, supply wagons, cannons, horses, soldiers, all being vacuumed into swirling pillars of destruction and shredded. The sky had turned brown-gray with sand. Visibility dropped to nearly zero. Soldiers couldn't see what was killing them. They could only hear the screams of their comrades being ripped apart inside the whirlwinds. And through the haze, the officers caught glimpses of something standing in the center of it all. A massive silhouette, upright on its hind legs, bringing one enormous paw down on the earth like a hammer. Boom. Another section of camp obliterated. Boom. Artillery positions gone. Boom. Barracks turned to splinters. The sand rat wasn't being cute anymore. She wasn't being silly. She wasn't squeaking or running away or begging not to be eaten. She was standing in the middle of a military base housing 10,000 soldiers, and she was turning the whole thing into a red fog. Every prayer from every suffering sand person in the desert had been flooding into her consciousness since she'd arrived. Every dying child, every burned village, every family shot trying to escape. 3 million voices crying for help, and she could hear all of them simultaneously. The soldiers who'd been casually murdering her people for months, who called sand people rats and vermin and hunted them for sport, were now discovering what it felt like to be prey. 5 minutes. That's all it took. The entire forward base, 10,000 soldiers, their officers, their weapons, their supplies, ceased to exist. Swallowed by sand and fury, painted red across the desert floor. When the winds finally settled, the sand rat stood alone in the devastation, breathing hard, eyes flickering between rage-red and normal, fighting to keep control of herself as the corrupted Faith tried to use her anger to pull her back toward madness. She steadied herself, pulled back from the edge. Then she turned toward the next target and dove underground again. The generals who'd been debating whether to surrender? The ones who thought they might still negotiate? The ones hoping for a pardon? They never got to finish that conversation. Here's the thing about the sand rat that everyone keeps underestimating, including me, sometimes. Yes, she's silly. Yes, she's scared of me. Yes, she has the conversational depth of a golden retriever. But she's also a god whose entire divine domain is the desert, whose powers control sand, wind, and storms. And when she's standing in her territory, surrounded by the suffering screams of her people, protecting the humans she was responsible for, she doesn't need me to hold her hand. She doesn't need permission. She doesn't need a plan. She just needs a target. And right now, the entire 6th Army Group was learning that lesson the hard way. One base at a time. One garrison at a time. One blood-red sandstorm at a time. Good girl, rat. Good girl. So while the sand rat was busy turning the 6th Army Group into desert fertilizer, I was sitting in my temple doing two things simultaneously. Watching her rampage through our spiritual link and processing the very interesting thing my Mobius ring had just coughed up. Let me start with the sand rat situation. Through our master-subordinate contract, I could see everything she saw, feel everything she felt, in real time, from hundreds of kilometers away. Like divine Netflix, except the show was Angry Rodent Destroys Military Base, and every episode was 5 minutes of sand tornadoes and screaming. Did I stop her from massacring those soldiers? Nope, not even a little bit. Look, I pardoned the Western armies because they were just regular soldiers following orders in a normal war. Misguided? Sure, but not evil. The 6th Army Group? These people had been hunting civilians, burning villages with sick people still inside, shooting families trying to escape quarantine zones, sending death squads on camelback to chase down refugees across open desert for fun. My mercy has a limit, and they drove past it at full speed about 50,000 corpses ago. Besides, the sand rat needed this. She was feeling something she'd never experienced before, guilt. She didn't have a word for it, didn't understand why her spiritual essence was churning like a stormy ocean. But deep down, she knew. Her uncontrolled awakening caused the plague. Her madness made her spread it. And while she was unconscious, her people were dying and she did nothing. That guilt was turning into rage, and the rage needed somewhere to go. The 6th Army Group volunteered by existing. So yeah, let the rat handle her business. Moving on. Now, the exciting part. My Mobius ring finally finished digesting the plague portfolio I'd eaten out of the sand rat's head, and it spit out a present. A perfect hexagonal crystal. Pure black. 6 faces, each smooth as a mirror. Beautiful, actually. Like an evil gemstone designed by a very talented but deeply disturbed jeweler. Inside this crystal, the plague portfolio itself. Sealed. Contained. Usable. My Mobius ring had done something I didn't even know it could do. Instead of just destroying the corrupted divine power, it had preserved it in crystallized form. Locked it in a spiritual prison I could carry around inside my own consciousness. This meant I now effectively had access to plague powers without actually merging the portfolio into my soul. I could wield it externally, like a weapon, using my spiritual energy to activate it. A divine biological weapon in a convenient pocket-sized crystal. Would I ever fuse it with myself? Absolutely not. First of all, gods in this world can only hold 2 divine portfolios max. I already have abundance and silver, both excellent, both synergistic, both very much, good God, energy. Adding plague to that lineup would be like a 5-star restaurant adding roadkill to the menu. Second, this thing is fundamentally an evil portfolio. And here's where I learned something genuinely important about how faith corruption actually works. The plague portfolio wasn't just random corruption. It was born from something very specific, the negative thoughts inside human faith. When people pray, they don't just send nice feelings. Mixed in with, please bless my crops, and thank you for existing, are darker things, resentment, hatred, fear, bitterness, despair. All the ugly stuff humans carry but don't talk about. Over 1,000 years, Those negative thoughts accumulated in the sand rat's spiritual sea like sediment at the bottom of a river. And eventually, there was so much negative energy that it spontaneously crystallized into its own divine portfolio, a dark mirror of the sand rat's legitimate wind-sand powers. And that's what drives gods insane. When an evil portfolio forms inside a good god's consciousness, the two sets of divine laws start fighting each other. Order versus chaos. Benevolence versus malice. Two incompatible operating systems trying to run on the same hardware. The god's mind becomes the battlefield, and the result is madness. If the evil portfolio grows stronger than the original good portfolio, the god doesn't just go crazy, they become a genuine evil deity. Personality rewritten. Values inverted. The god of healing becomes the god of plague. The god of abundance becomes the god of famine. That's what nearly happened to the sand rat. And that's what will happen to every other beast god that wakes up with 1,000 years of unprocessed faith corruption sitting in their heads. Unless someone with, say, a magical infinity symbol that eats corruption comes along and performs emergency brain surgery on them. Hi, that's me. I'm the surgeon. I'm also the only one on the entire planet who can do this. No pressure. The geopolitical situation wasn't exactly relaxing either. Every neighboring country had broken diplomatic ties with us. They were all calling me an evil heretic god enslaving humanity. The Mechanical Empire was clearly planning something big, but being suspiciously quiet about it. 5 nations had 3.5 million soldiers on my borders. And I'd noticed that one country, the Batek Kingdom, the cat-obsessed weirdos I was already fond of, seemed to be acting under duress rather than genuine hostility. Cat country can wait, I decided. Once I break the blockade, they'll come running. The formal founding ceremony for Lysexia was about a week away. After that, things would get serious on the international stage. But for now, I had a sealed plague crystal in my pocket for emergencies. My body had grown to 360 meters. Faith energy was flowing in steadily. The sand rat was handling the north. Zane was handling politics. The church was spreading across the former kingdom. And somewhere, some Mechanical Empire bureaucrat was writing a report titled, "Why the Silver Serpent Must Be Destroyed," without any idea that the snake in question had just acquired biological warfare capabilities and was sitting on a mountain made of silver, getting stronger every single day. I'm supposedly the villain of this continent's story. The big bad, evil god that all the good nations need to unite against. Meanwhile, my enemies burn civilians alive, and I heal entire cities for free. Funny how that works. So while the sand rat was busy redecorating the northern desert with the 6th Army Group's remains, something much more concerning was happening about 20 kilometers inside my border. The Lancaster Kingdom, my northern neighbor and apparently the Mechanical Empire's new best friend, had snuck an entire experimental military unit into my territory. Not a big force, about 8,000 soldiers total, but what they brought with them was interesting. 48 steel war machines. Tanks. Actual, honest-to-God tanks in a world that's supposed to be in the musket era. The Mechanical Empire had gifted Lancaster 300 of these things, shipped them by sea, and trained Lancaster soldiers to operate them. Half were already at the northern front. And the soldiers driving these things? About half of them had been upgraded during their training at the Empire. Mechanical prosthetics. Cybernetic enhancements. Not full robot conversion, still mostly human, but each one could apparently fight 10 normal soldiers solo. So the Empire was basically building cyborg tank crews for its puppet state. Cool. Very normal. Not alarming at all. Lancaster had basically sold its soul to the Mechanical Empire in exchange for all this shiny hardware. Full access for the Empire's church to convert the population. Economic investment. Technology sharing. Military support. Lancaster wasn't an ally. It was a subsidiary. A wholly owned franchise of Mechanical God Incorporated. But the tanks weren't even the scariest part. The scariest part was what they were building in MY Desert. The Empire's ambassador, really a military supervisor, was directing the construction of these metal towers. 15 meters tall, covered in layered gears, topped with some kind of antenna. When they finished assembling one and the gears started turning, the antenna lit up with a blinding white light that shot a beam straight into the sky like a divine laser pointer. Mechanical Sacred Soul Signal Towers. That's what the ambassador called them. Their mission? Build 36 of these towers across the northern desert within 5 days. 3 teams working simultaneously, each building 12 towers. They'd already finished 3 at this location and presumably 6 total across all teams. And here's the part that made my metaphorical blood run cold. When all 36 towers were active, they would apparently channel the mechanical god's power directly into the physical world. A divine weapons grid. An orbital strike network powered by a god. The whole thing was a trap. In 5 days, every neighboring country would launch a coordinated military assault on my borders simultaneously. And when I inevitably came north to deal with the invasion, I'd be lured into the tower network, where the mechanical god would hit me with everything it had. They weren't trying to beat me with armies. They were building a god-killing cage. The Lancaster soldiers didn't even know the details. They just saw the cool light beam and went, "Praise the mechanical god. We're going to win." Simple faith. Dangerous faith. The kind of faith where you march into a desert at sunset because the nice man from the Empire told you to. The ambassador was practically vibrating with excitement. Almost ready. Just 3 more days of construction. Then the heretic snake walks right into our web. And then, right as they packed up and started marching again into the fading sunset, maybe 10 minutes into their resumed march, the ambassador suddenly stopped dead. He stared at the horizon. The Lancaster general next to him squinted the same direction and saw nothing. "What is it, ambassador?" Silence. 10 heartbeats of silence. Then, very quietly, "Sandstorm. And not a normal one. We have a big problem." His eyes cut back toward the signal tower they'd just built, calculating the distance. "At least we're still close to the tower. Oh, buddy. Oh, you poor, optimistic, gear-worshipping fool. That sandstorm on the horizon? That's not weather. That's a very angry divine rodent who just spent the last several hours discovering what your allied army did to her people, and she is currently operating on an emotional cocktail of guilt, rage, and approximately 0 impulse control. You built your fancy, god-killing towers in her desert, in her divine domain, the one place on the entire continent where her powers are at maximum strength. And she's coming." I leaned back in my temple and watched through our spiritual link with what I can only describe as popcorn energy. Let's see how those shiny tanks handle a 50-meter rat riding a Category 5 divine sandstorm, shall we? So I was watching through our spiritual link when the Sand Rat's desert road trip took a very unexpected turn. She'd been doing great for 2 or 3 days, tunneling across the desert, popping up to rescue trapped sand people, obliterating any 6th Army soldiers she found along the way. Emotionally stabilizing, getting her groove back. Good rat. Productive rat. Then Hussein, riding in her belly fur with little Nora, spotted something on the horizon that was not supposed to be there. Lancaster soldiers. Inside my territory. 20 kilometers past the border. Hussein immediately reported up, "My lord, there appears to be a Lancaster military force ahead of us. What should we do about these uninvited guests?" The Sand Rat's response was pique. "Lancaster? What's that? Another human country? But why are they in my divine domain? Aren't we heading toward the next Sand People city? Did we get lost? Did they get lost?" Hussein, at this point fully accustomed to his god's unique cognitive style, patiently explained, "My lord, this isn't about anyone being lost. This is an invasion. They're invading your territory and the Silver Lord's domain." The Sand Rat processed this for approximately half a second. "What? These tiny foreign humans have that much nerve? Okay, old priest man, go grab them all. I want to see who gave them the boom boom boom." 48 tank cannons opened fire simultaneously. Now, the Lancaster force had spotted Hussein and Nora standing at the front of the Sand Rat's approaching sandstorm. Just 2 small figures surfing on flowing sand, casually riding ahead of a wall of destruction 100 meters tall and stretching across the entire horizon. The Lancaster general had panicked and ordered the tanks to shoot. Hussein didn't even flinch. He waved one hand, and the sandstorm behind him reached forward, literally formed a giant hand made of swirling sand, palm open, and wrapped it around himself and Nora like a protective shell. The tank shells hit the back of this enormous sand hand and sank in like pebbles dropping into water. 0 damage. Not even inconvenient. But the Sand Rat? She did not take it well. How dare they attack my priest, old man? These foreign humans are dead. Whatever remaining chill she'd recovered over the past 2 days evaporated instantly. 15 massive sand tornadoes erupted from the desert floor in front of the army, growing from tiny dust devils to skyscraping pillars of destruction in about 3 seconds. They charged toward the Lancaster force like guided missiles. The Lancaster general had already ordered a full retreat back toward some kind of tower the Empire's ambassador had built. The entire army was running in absolute panic, soldiers tripping over each other, tank crews trying to reverse their steam-powered vehicles, which, by the way, I need to talk about. These tanks ran on steam power. Steam. In a desert. I could see them through the spiritual link and honestly had to take a moment. They looked wrong in every possible way. Like someone described a modern tank to a Victorian engineer who'd never seen one, and he built it using only gears and a boiler. Twin cannon barrels on top, treads on the bottom, and a big angry tea kettle in the middle. If I had hands, I would have pinched the bridge of my nose. But the tanks weren't the main event. The main event was the Empire's ambassador. This guy had been sitting on his camel the entire time, perfectly calm, watching the sand wall approach like a man waiting for a bus. While 8,000 soldiers panicked around him, he just sat there, observing, calculating. Then he pulled out his mechanical pocket watch, pressed it to his chest, and started praying. Praise the great steam and mechanical God. Praise the holy soul of our Lord's servant. Behind him, the signal tower they'd built, that 15-meter gear-covered antenna, suddenly erupted with white light. A concentrated beam shot straight up into the sky like a searchlight punching through the atmosphere. And then the sky broke open. First came the sound, a single metallic click, like one enormous gear tooth catching. Then a wave of invisible energy rippled outward from the tower's position, washing across the entire desert sky. And then, spreading outward from the beam's entry point, massive mechanical gears began materializing in the sky. Dozens of them. Hundreds. Enormous, translucent, interlocking cogwheels appearing layer after layer, clicking into each other like the inner workings of a clock the size of a city. Within moments, the entire sky above the desert was covered in ghostly mechanical gears, turning slowly, grinding against each other with a deep metallic hum that vibrated in your bones. The mechanical god's power, channeled through a single signal tower, manifested as a machine that covered the entire sky. Through our link, I felt Hussein's stomach drop. He understood immediately what this meant. The mechanical empire's god was making a direct move. This wasn't soldiers or technology. This was divine intervention. And the sand rat? The sand rat looked up at a sky full of enormous ethereal gears slowly rotating above the desert. And her contribution to this incredibly tense, potentially world-changing moment of divine confrontation was, WHOA. What I all that stuff. I've never seen anything like it. It looks kinda cool though. I love her. I really do. But this rat is going to give me a heart attack someday. From my temple, I stopped relaxing. This was exactly the kind of scenario I'd been worried about. One signal tower could summon this much of the mechanical god's power, and they were planning to build 36? The sand rat had accidentally stumbled into the opening move of a continent-wide war, 5 days ahead of schedule. Time to stop delegating. I was watching the whole thing through our spiritual link. And let me tell you, what started as entertainment became the first time in either of my lives that I've been genuinely, truly, furiously angry. Let me set the scene. The sand rat, bless her stupid brave heart, saw those sky gears appear, and her response was not, retreat, or, be careful, or, maybe call the boss. Her response was, how dare you show up? In my territory and Big Snake's territory, she pulled Hussein and Nora underground for safety, then launched herself out of the earth and did something I genuinely didn't expect. She absorbed her entire sandstorm. The whole thing. That 100-meter wall of sand stretching across the horizon, she ate it, sucked it all inward, compressed it, shaped it, and reformed it into a 500-meter sand avatar of herself. A giant rat made of compressed hurricane-force wind and desert sand, towering half a kilometer into the sky, with 15 massive tornadoes orbiting her body like guard dogs. The sand tornadoes were so powerful they were literally peeling layers off the ground, vacuuming up everything within 5 kilometers. The Lancaster soldiers? They couldn't see anything, couldn't breathe, couldn't stand. Just lying face down in the dark, choking on sand while their world ended around them. Some were already dying, suffocating under layers of dust. Their fancy steam tanks were buried. Their formation was destroyed. Their brave speeches about cannon caliber being true justice seemed slightly less convincing now. The Empire's ambassador, though, this guy just stood there in the sandstorm like it was a light breeze. Sand and rocks were bouncing off his body, making metal sounds. His cloak blew away, revealing a head made of metal and glowing mechanical eyes. Not even human anymore. A cyborg priest, casually tanking a divine sandstorm while his flesh and blood soldiers suffocated around him. Impressive, he murmured, watching the sand rat's power display through his mechanical eyes. But merely decoration for our Lord's greatness. Cold. Very cold. Up in the sky, the gears were spinning faster. Electricity was crackling between them. Actual lightning arcing from gear to gear, building up a charge that made the air taste like metal. A massive ball of white-hot electrical energy was forming at the center of the gear network. The sand rat felt the danger through her divine instincts. Did she run? Did she dodge? Did she do literally anything sensible? She charged. Straight up. Launched her sand tornadoes upward as giant pointed drill spears aimed at the energy ball, then jumped 500 meters into the air to body slam the mechanical god Sky Fortress. For one spectacular moment, it looked almost like she might pull it off. Then every gear in the sky stopped rotating simultaneously. A heartbeat of total silence. And then, the energy ball exploded downward as a pillar of pure white lightning the width of a city block. Every sand spear disintegrated on contact like they were made of tissue paper. Simultaneously, thousands of electrical arcs fired from every frozen gear, all converging on the airborne sand rat from every direction. The lightning hit her. All of it. The sand avatar vaporized. The wind died. The sandstorm vanished. The sky went white. When the light faded, there was no sand rat in the sky. Just a 3-kilometer-wide cylindrical crater in the desert, edges crystallized and carbonized. And at the bottom of that crater, my subordinate, my little rat, my stupid, brave, loyal idiot. Her physical body was. I don't want to describe it in detail. A hole through her chest and abdomen, taking up a third of her entire body. Fur burned off. Skin charred. She looked like something pulled from an oven that was set too high and left too long. But she was alive. Gods don't die from physical damage alone. As long as the spirit survives and there's enough divine energy to regenerate, the body can heal. And thanks to the faith reserves I'd left her, she had enough fuel to slowly rebuild. Slowly being the key word. She was too weak to move. Too damaged to fight. Too hurt to do anything except. WAHH. It hurts. It hurts so much. Wah, big snake. Big snake ache. Come help me. It hurts. Please come. Wah. Through the Mobius ring's projection in her spiritual space, I could see her, not the broken physical body, but her spiritual self, crying like a child who'd fallen off a bike. Snot and tears. Wailing. Calling for me. And that's when I stopped being an observer. That's when the anger hit. Not irritation. Not frustration. Not strategic displeasure. Rage. Pure, volcanic, white-hot divine rage. Angry at myself, because I should have reacted faster. The Mobius ring's projection had been solidifying in the sand rat's consciousness ever since her emotions spiked, preparing to intervene. But the battle ended too quickly. If I'd been just a few seconds faster, I could have blocked that attack entirely. Angry at the mechanical god, because this confirmed everything I'd feared. This wasn't a probe or a test. This was an assassination attempt. On MY subordinate. In MY territory. Using a weapon system designed specifically to kill gods. And they had plans to build 36 of those towers. What I just witnessed was one tower's worth of power. 36 of them working together would be. No, I wasn't going to let that happen. The Mobius ring projection in the sand rat's consciousness finished materializing. And in that instant, I didn't hesitate. I didn't calculate. I didn't weigh costs and benefits. The ring cracked open, head and tail separating, and the black and white divine serpent form erupted out of the sand rat's spiritual dimension and into the physical world. Straight through dimensional boundaries. Straight into the desert sky. Straight toward a ceiling of smoking mechanical gears that had just blasted a hole through my little rat's chest. You wanted to hunt gods, mechanical empire? Congratulations. You have my full attention now. Okay, so here's where things got really crazy. Buckle up, because this chapter has more plot twists than a pretzel factory. The Lancaster soldiers dug themselves out of the sand like desert gophers, looked up, saw the mechanical gears still floating in the sky, noticed the sandstorm was gone, and immediately started celebrating. We won. The machine god beat the rat. Our god is the best god. Anyone alive? Sound off. They were so happy, patting each other on the back, thanking the mechanical god, feeling very proud about surviving a battle they contributed absolutely nothing to. The Empire's ambassador was already thinking about his promotion. He walked to the edge of the massive crater, 3 kilometers wide, 60 meters deep, edges crystallized and smoking, and peered down with his mechanical cyborg eyes. There she was, the sand rat, charred, a hole through a third of her body, looking like a burnt marshmallow shaped like a rodent. But she was healing, slowly, flesh creeping back together, fur regrowing millimeter by millimeter. The ambassador frowned. She's regenerating. That's different from the other gods we've hunted. Must be the silver serpent's influence. Then his eyes lit up with greed. But this makes her even more valuable for research. Quick! We need to seal her healing and transport her back to the Empire before. He reached for his holy pocket watch to pray for sealing power from the mechanical god. He never finished that prayer, because 3 minutes after the battle ended, while everyone was busy congratulating themselves, the gears in the sky started turning gray at the edges. Not rust, not damage. Stone. My metallization power. Reaching through the Mobius ring's projection, transmitted across hundreds of kilometers from my temple, and touching every single one of those smug bronze gears simultaneously. The ambassador looked up and his mechanical eyes went wide for the first time. Impossible. The gears tried to rotate, their automated response to any threat. But stone doesn't spin. The petrified edges jammed against each other. One gear forced itself too hard, and a tooth snapped off, flying into the void. That single break cascaded instantly. Like a zipper coming undone, one gear failure triggered the next, which triggered the next, dominoes falling across the entire sky. My lord, what's happening? The ambassador was screaming prayers. His cyborg companions were holding up their holy emblems. Nobody was answering. Their god had gone silent, because their god was busy dealing with me. Here's what actually happened. When the sand rat got blasted and started crying through our spiritual link. Big Snake. It hurts. Come help me. Wah-ah. The Mobius ring projection in her consciousness had already been solidifying since her emotions first spiked. It just needed a few more seconds to fully manifest. Those seconds came too late to block the attack, but they came just in time for what happened next. The ring completed its materialization, cracked open into serpent form, and I launched it through the dimensional barrier between spiritual space and physical reality. Straight out of the sand rat's consciousness, straight into the real-world sky above the desert. And I didn't hold back, not even a little. For the first time since waking up in this world, I pushed the Mobius ring to absolute maximum output. Full power. No reserves. No caution. The result? A silver serpent projection so massive it covered the entire sky above this section of desert. Not hundreds of meters. Not kilometers. My spiritual projection stretched across the heavens like a river of liquid moonlight, coiling through the upper atmosphere, so incomprehensibly enormous that anyone looking up from the ground would just see. Sky? Silver sky. They'd think it was a weird atmospheric phenomenon. They wouldn't even realize they were looking at the underside of a snake, so big it had become the horizon. And with this form, this absurd, continent-spanning spiritual avatar, I could feel something I'd never felt before. My silver divine portfolio was resonating with something above it. The moon. The actual moon. I was touching the threshold of a higher divine domain. Silver moon. The superior version of my silver powers. Couldn't hold it. Too expensive. Too brief. But I felt it. And that's enough for now. Meanwhile, my giant sky serpent mouth found exactly what I was looking for behind those bronze gears, the thing powering them. A massive mechanical clock. A spiritual entity made of interlocking gears and divine energy. The mechanical sacred soul. Apparently some kind of servant deity or divine construct belonging to the mechanical god. This was what had blasted my rat. This was the thing behind the mushroom cloud that hit me weeks ago. Same type of entity, just bigger. I bit it. No dramatic speech. No warning shot. Just opened my impossibly large jaws and chomped down on half of it before it could react. The Mobius ring activated instantly, beginning to dissolve and absorb the entity while it was still thrashing and screaming in my mouth. Mechanical gears crunching. Spiritual energy being forcibly extracted. The sacred soul, writhing in pain and fury as it was eaten alive. Delicious and nutritious. This thing's spiritual density was comparable to a feeble divine power god. A divine tier snack. The Mobius ring was processing it greedily, converting enemy divine energy into MY divine energy in real time. But even in this moment of triumph, even while I was literally eating a piece of the mechanical god's power infrastructure, I kept my senses open. Scanning. Watching. Because I'm not stupid, and if I were the mechanical god, this is exactly the kind of moment I'd exploit. An enemy god reveals his trump card, overextends himself, focuses all his attention on one front. That's when you hit the other front. And sure enough, back at the Silver City, back at MY Temple, back where my real body was lying in the divine hall, seemingly asleep, with most of my consciousness projected hundreds of kilometers north. The night sky above the capital tore open, a massive rift, and through it, something was descending. Fast. Something radiating malice and hunger. Something that had been waiting for exactly this moment, for me to split my attention, to project my power far away, to leave my physical body vulnerable. Its greedy, predatory eyes locked onto my sleeping serpent body in the temple below. The whole thing was a setup. All of it. The Lancaster invasion? Bait. The signal towers? Bait. The sacred soul attacking the sand rat? Bait. Every single piece was designed to make me do exactly what I just did. Pour my consciousness into the Mobius ring and project it far from my body, so that something else could attack the real me while I wasn't home. Oh, you clever mechanical bastards. I'm currently split between two locations. Half of me is eating a divine clock in the northern sky. The other half is a defenseless snake body lying in a temple with something horrible dropping through a hole in reality directly above it. This is fine. Everything is fine. Okay, so while I was busy having an astral projection battle in the northern sky and eating a divine clock, something completely unexpected was happening in my city that I had absolutely zero knowledge of. A cat had snuck into the Silver City. Not just any cat. The cat. The music, dance, and celebration god. One of my original 8 subordinate gods. The one who used to terrorize the sand rat for fun. The mean cat that the sand rat kept complaining about. And she'd been alive this whole time. Awake. Conscious. Living as a house pet in the Batet Kingdom for 13 years. Let me back up and explain, because this is genuinely the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. When the magical energy first started recovering, the exact moment the divine awakening began, this cat was apparently the first god to wake up. Before me. Before the sand rat. Before anyone. She opened her eyes, felt 1,000 years of corrupted faith trying to flood her consciousness, and in that split second made the smartest decision any beast god has ever made. She used her original, non-divine power, spatial manipulation, her innate ability as a beast before she ever became a god, and literally compressed all the corrupted faith energy into a pocket dimension inside herself. Sealed it. Locked it away. Like shoving all your dirty laundry into a closet when guests arrive. This meant she lost access to almost all her divine powers. No music abilities. No dance magic. No celebration authority. Just a cat. A regular-sized, regular-looking cat who could talk and occasionally teleport short distances. But she was sane. No madness. No plague. No rampaging across the countryside. Just a very clever cat who traded godhood for sanity and then spent 13 years living in a princess's bedroom, eating fancy food, and secretly studying human knowledge trying to find a cure for faith corruption. She never found one. Because apparently, pure divine soul poison isn't covered in any university textbook. Shocking. Her host, Princess Mia of Batet Kingdom. A 19-year-old disaster of a human being who had adopted Bella as a kitten when she was 6 years old. They grew up together. Then when Mia was 16, her cat suddenly started talking, announced she was a god, and expected the girl to immediately start worshipping her. Mia's response, cool. I'm still calling you Bella. Want belly rubs? The cat god had been trying to get this girl to show proper divine reverence for 3 years. It was not going well. Their dynamic was basically, Bella, I am a god. Show respect. Mia, sure thing. Kitty, want some milk? Bella, stop petting my ears when I'm being serious. Mia, but they're so soft. Bella, I will smite you. Mia, with what powers? You sealed them all away, remember? Hee hee. Bella, that I hate this timeline. When Bella heard about my return and wanted to come investigate the Silver City, Mia didn't hesitate. She packed a suitcase, smuggled herself out of the royal palace, hopped on a series of trains, and illegally immigrated across the border into my territory, all before the Batet Kingdom even announced its diplomatic stance. A foreign princess, traveling alone, with a god disguised as a house cat, on a tourist visa to see the snake deity everyone was panicking about. Their journey took 6 days. Mia complained about every mile. Bella, this is your fault. You dragged an innocent princess to a foreign country. You have to take responsibility. I'm a god. You volunteered, only because you said I'd get to see the Silver Lord. Is he handsome? The romance novels about him and the cat god are very popular back home. Those are fictional and deeply inappropriate. They arrived. Checked into a mid-range hotel. Mia immediately face-planted on the bed. When are we going to see the Silver Lord? I need to observe for a day or two first. Make sure it's really him. See, Bella was suspicious. According to her calculations, I shouldn't have been able to awaken this early. And I definitely shouldn't have been at full power. And I absolutely shouldn't have been curing other gods' faith corruption. None of it made sense by any model she'd spent 13 years developing. Is this really the same Silver I knew? She wondered, staring at my temple from the hotel window. She spent 1 day watching. Careful, cautious, hidden. She only got 1 day. Because on the second night, the night I projected myself north to save the sand rat and eat a divine clock, the sky above my temple ripped open, with a sound like shattering glass. And through that tear in reality, something massive, predatory, and radiating pure malice was diving straight down toward my sleeping body in the temple. The trap, the mechanical empire's real attack. While my consciousness was hundreds of kilometers away, they'd sent something to assassinate my undefended physical form. Bella saw it happen from her hotel window. She hesitated for exactly 1 second. 13 years of hiding. 13 years of carefully avoiding detection. 13 years of keeping her divine identity secret from an entire world that wanted to hunt gods. 1 second. Then she jumped. Rooftop to rooftop, flickering through space with short-range teleports, growing larger with each jump. Cat-sized, dog-sized, horse-sized. By the time she appeared beside my temple, 2 or 3 blinks later, she was 15 meters long and 9 meters tall. A massive leopard cat the size of a building, crackling with spatial energy, putting herself between my helpless body and whatever nightmare was dropping out of the sky. The mean cat. The one who used to catch sand rats for fun and bully every subordinate god in the pantheon. The laziest, most annoying, most irresponsible member of the entire Lysexia divine family. She just blew her cover, her 13-year cover, to protect me, and I didn't even know she was there. Somewhere in the northern sky, eating a mechanical clock, completely unaware that back home, a cat I hadn't seen in 1,000 years was about to fight for my life. Cats, man, you think they don't care? Then they save your life when you're not looking, just like a cat. So here's what I pieced together about what happened at home while I was busy eating a divine clock in the northern sky. And let me tell you, it's the kind of story that makes you want to install security cameras in your own temple. The space rift that tore open above my temple, a giant black jackal came through it. 18 meters tall at the shoulder, 30 meters long, dripping with disgusting saliva, eyes full of murder and greed. Just hovering up there in the torn open sky, staring down at my sleeping body like I was an all-you-can-eat buffet. This thing was clearly a beast god, one of the other continent's divine creatures, but something was deeply wrong with it. It was way too big for a recently awakened god. Its power level was at peak feeble divine power, which shouldn't have been possible this early in the magical recovery era. And it was radiating this sick, blood-red energy that screamed, corrupted beyond repair. My best guess? One of the 2 gods the mechanical empire had supposedly hunted in the past. Except they didn't kill it, they weaponized it, corrupted it, controlled it, aimed it at me like a divine guided missile. The whole northern battle, the signal towers, the sacred soul, all of it was just the distraction. This was the real attack, and my body was just lying there, defenseless, because my genius self had projected my entire consciousness hundreds of kilometers away. Zane felt the threat immediately. Give the man credit. He moved, started growing massive vine tentacles up the sides of my sacred mountain, coating the temple in white silver barriers, doing absolutely everything a mortal divine servant could do. But he was just a divine blessed, a human channeling borrowed power. There were hard limits on how much divine energy he could handle before his brain literally exploded. And against an actual god, even a corrupted, enslaved one, those limits meant everything he threw out was tissue paper. The jackal formed a massive blood-red spectral claw and slammed it down toward my temple. Zane's vine tentacles met it and disintegrated on contact, hissing, popping, dissolving like cotton candy in a furnace. He screamed in rage, "How dare you!" But rage doesn't close a power gap. It was going to hit my temple, my body. Nothing could stop it. And then a cat said, meow. One single, angry, disgusted meow that echoed across the entire Silver City. And the blood-red claw vanished. Not destroyed, not blocked, just gone. Disappeared into thin air like it had never existed. Zane stood there blinking. Cat, because what had appeared between my temple and certain destruction was a 15-meter leopard cat. Sleek, elegant, moving through the air on rippling spatial distortions like the sky itself, was a catwalk. Bella, the music, dance, and celebration god. My subordinate, my old friend, the mean cat who'd spent centuries bullying the sand rat for entertainment. She'd been hiding in this city for a day, watching, waiting, trying to figure out if I was really the silver serpent she remembered. And the moment danger appeared, she blew her 13-year cover without a second thought. What she'd actually done, which only the jackal could see through divine senses, was open a spatial funnel directly beneath the blood claw. The entire attack fell into a pocket dimension and got dumped somewhere else in reality. Gone. Redirected. Like a divine trash chute. The jackal barely managed to pull out of its dive before falling into that funnel itself. It scrambled back into the air, standing on platforms of blood mist, and snarled down at the cat. Who are you? How dare you interfere? Bella, with the energy of a woman who has been dealing with idiot men for 1,000 years, didn't even flinch. Drop the act. Don't come into someone else's house talking all fancy. Thou and thee, please. We're both beasts from the same ancient era. Stop pretending you're some noble divine being when you're just an ugly dog. She looked the jackal up and down with visible disgust. And where did you even come from? You have the nerve to attack the homeland of the Lysexia divine family? Who gave you permission? Then she twisted the knife. You're a disgrace to the alliance pact that all 4 divine families swore when we first became gods. Remember that? The jackal snapped. Whatever the cat said about the pact hit a raw nerve so deep the creature lost all composure. You don't understand anything. You all deserve to die. It charged. Full speed. Blood energy blazing. Straight at the cat. Bella set her stance, spatial energy rippling around her paws, ready to fight a creature twice her size, while simultaneously keeping her faith corruption sealed, maintaining the barrier over my temple, and probably also judging the jackal's fashion sense. Incredible. Stupid. Brave. So very cat. But she didn't have to hold alone. Because finally, my body's survival instinct screamed loud enough to punch through my astral projection trance. In the northern sky, my consciousness snapped back. In the temple, my physical body's eyes flew open. And in the next heartbeat, 400 meters of very angry silver serpent exploded through the roof of my own temple, burst through the cat's spatial barrier, and rose into the night sky supported by hundreds of massive vine pillars. I was home. I was awake. And I was looking at a corrupted jackal god that was about 3 seconds away from deeply regretting every choice that had led it to this moment. The cat glanced back at me. Our eyes met for the first time in over 1,000 years. She didn't say anything sentimental. No tearful reunion. No, I missed you. She just flicked her tail with an expression that very clearly said, "You're late." Yeah, that's my cat. So I burst out of my own temple like a silver missile, 400 meters of very awake, very angry divine serpent supported by hundreds of giant vine pillars, rising into the night sky like the world's most dramatic alarm clock going off. The jackal looked at me, and its face did that beautiful thing where arrogance turns to terror in about half a second. So, I said calmly, what does any of this have to do with us understanding or not? That was it. That was my whole speech. I'm not a monologue villain. I'm a results deity. The jackal tried to run. Keyword, tried. Because my metallization power was already crawling across its entire body like silver frost on a window. Stone spreading from paws to legs to torso. The silver moon overhead, the real moon, amplified by my divine resonance, was flooding down purification energy that crushed the jackal's blood mist powers like stepping on a soap bubble. This thing was feeble divine power. Peak feeble, sure, but still feeble. Against my current state, it was a chihuahua trying to fight a freight train. My silver portfolio naturally countered its blood corruption abilities. Every red mist explosion it tried got squeezed flat by invisible lunar pressure. Every attempt to break free got answered with more stone. I wrapped my tail around the fully petrified body. Only its head was still flesh, and lifted it up to eye level. The jackal, even now, was still ranting. You divine lords are all the same. You always look down on us. Before the divine sleep and after. This is your fault. All of it. If you hadn't, you're right. We were always like this, I interrupted, with what I'm told was a slightly pitying expression. That made it worse. The jackal went absolutely ballistic. Because apparently, my pity face reminded it of its own divine lord, whoever that was, looking down on it with the same expression after beating it in some ancient power struggle. You think you're all so great? Ha ha. Soon you'll all crack. I twisted my tail. Neck snapped. Silence. Beautiful, beautiful silence. The cat, still floating nearby on her spatial platforms, flinched. Meow? Yeah, sorry about the abruptness. But I have a zero-tolerance policy for villains who won't shut up mid-monologue. You had your chance to say something useful. You chose to rant about your daddy issues instead. Conversation over. Now, here's where things got really interesting. Because killing a god isn't like killing a regular animal. Gods don't die when their body dies. Their spiritual essence, their true self, lives in their consciousness sustained by whatever faith they still have. To truly kill a god, you need to either destroy their spirit directly or destroy their body and wipe out all their believers simultaneously. So snapping this jackal's neck? That was just turning off the TV. The show was still being broadcast somewhere, which meant the jackal's spirit was still connected to its body. It hadn't disconnected and fled back to the collective human consciousness ocean, that vast, terrifying dimension formed by millions of years of accumulated human thought and belief. A place so dangerous that even I wouldn't dare enter it at my current power level. The sheer volume of unfiltered human mental noise in there would probably drive any god insane instantly. Or worse, transform them into something unrecognizable. So the jackal spirit was still here, in the body, waiting, and that was suspicious. Think about it. The mechanical god sent this jackal to assassinate me during a moment of vulnerability. It failed. The cat blocked its first attack. I woke up and petrified it in seconds. At any point during those 15-ish seconds, the jackal could have abandoned its body and fled back to spiritual safety. It didn't. Why? A truly insane god might not think clearly enough to retreat. But the entity that sent this jackal wasn't insane. The mechanical god was calculating, strategic, and had orchestrated this entire multi-front operation with precision. Would it really send an agent without an exit plan? Unless the jackal staying connected was the point. Unless the mechanical god wanted me to look inside. An invitation disguised as a vulnerability. Oh no, the jackal spirit is right there, completely undefended. Surely the curious snake god will peek inside. It was a trap. Obviously. The third layer of a trap inside a trap inside a trap. The northern battle was the first trap. Lure me away from my body. The jackal attack was the second trap. Strike my undefended body. And now the jackal's open spiritual sea was the third trap. Bait me into entering, where the mechanical god probably had something nasty waiting. I looked at the dead jackal's body. I looked at the cat, who was watching me with an expression that was simultaneously, I have so many questions, and please don't do anything stupid. I asked her to watch my surroundings for a moment. She nodded immediately. Okay, good cat. Very reliable. We'd do the whole dramatic reunion thing later. And then I thought, should I go in? into the jackal's consciousness, where the mechanical god was almost certainly waiting with some kind of spiritual ambush. The smart move was obviously, no, walk away, digest the body, move on. But I had the Mobius ring. In spiritual space, that thing was my ultimate weapon. It could eat corrupted faith, devour divine portfolios, and apparently consume pieces of other gods. In the realm of consciousness and spirit, I was basically an apex predator with an infinity symbol-shaped garbage disposal. The mechanical god wanted to talk, wanted to probe me, test me, trap me. Fine, let's see who traps who. I touched the jackal's still-connected spiritual essence and dove in. So I dove into the dead jackal's spiritual consciousness and found myself standing in what I can only describe as a horror movie set designed by someone who really hated interior decorating. Red fog everywhere. The floor? Human corpses. Mountains of them. Rotting, bloating, oozing blood that was bubbling like a witch's cauldron. The blood mist was rising from the bodies like steam from a hot spring, except instead of relaxation, it offered nightmares and the smell of existential dread. Lovely place, I thought. Really captures that my soul is corrupted beyond redemption aesthetic. The red fog came alive instantly. It surged toward one side of the consciousness space and condensed into a massive blood-red jackal, the corrupted faith-given form, just like the sand rat's plague portfolio had been. Snarling, dripping, absolutely radiating murder energy. And huddled next to this monster? A tiny, normal-sized jackal, the real jackal. The original consciousness. Barely alive, wrapped in blood mist, trembling like a wet kitten. This poor thing's original personality had been almost completely consumed by the corruption. It should have been gone entirely by now, but it wasn't. And the reason was hanging around the blood jackal's neck. A collar made of interlocking mechanical gears, with a chain stretching into the fog at the edge of the consciousness space. The mechanical god's leash. Not a contract, not a partnership, a leash. The machine god had forcibly enslaved the corrupted entity, keeping it controlled like an attacked dog on a chain. And it had deliberately kept the original jackal's consciousness alive, barely, painfully, as some kind of anchor, battery. I wasn't sure why, but it was clearly intentional. Then the room filled with the sound of gears turning, mechanical breathing, a clockwork heartbeat. And through the static, like a badly tuned radio from hell, I heard a voice. The mechanical god, speaking to me directly, for the first time. You, not like, world, recognized, you, may keep, faith, kingdom, you, must not, empire, we, can, mutual, good, recognize, use, continent, middle, boundary, greedy, many, mutual, cooperate, later, can, more, my, sincerity, you, do not, words end here, you, think, carefully. The signal was terrible, like trying to have a diplomatic negotiation through a tin can telephone during a thunderstorm. But I got the gist. The mechanical god was offering a deal. Split the continent in half. South is mine. North is theirs. Stay on your side. I'll stay on mine. We can coexist. Maybe even cooperate later. Here's my sincerity. Take the jackal. Don't push your luck. Then the gear chain yanked the blood jackal backward, dragging it toward the foggy edge of the consciousness space. The corrupted entity howled in pain as it was being recalled, pulled back to wherever the mechanical god kept its pets. The whole spiritual space started crumbling. The blood jackal was abandoning the physical body, severing the connection. They were leaving, taking their toys, and going home. Did I let them? Ha ha ha. No. I'd had my Mobius ring hidden in the upper reaches of this consciousness space since the moment I entered. Cloaked, waiting, already locked onto the blood jackal's spiritual signature. The instant the chain started pulling the blood jackal away, my ring exploded open, transforming into a massive silver serpent that dove out of the fog above and swallowed the entire blood jackal in one gulp. The corrupted faith entity, the accumulated power, the pseudo-divine essence, all of it, down the hatch. The Mobius ring was already digesting before the thing even stopped screaming. The chain on the other end went slack. From the fog, two sounds came through. Clear as day this time. No static needed. You. HMPH. Pure, undiluted, divine frustration. The mechanical god had just watched me eat its attacked dog right off the leash. like someone stealing your burger right out of your hand. But, and this was the interesting part, it didn't fight back. Didn't try to pull the blood jackal out of my ring. Didn't escalate. Just let go of the chain and retreated. I sent one final message into the dissolving fog. Your sincerity isn't nearly enough. And this is just interest on what you owe me. The spiritual space collapsed. I opened my eyes back in the real world. Think you can just negotiate after attacking me twice? I thought. First the mushroom cloud in the west. Now this assassination attempt. And you want to shake hands? We'd shake hands eventually. Probably. The deal itself wasn't terrible. Half a continent for a god who owned exactly one country a week ago is pretty good math. And the fact that the mechanical god was offering it at all meant something important. It was either running low on options for dealing with me, had bigger problems elsewhere, or both. But I'd take my pound of flesh first. 2 attacks deserved 2 retaliations. Business is business. For now, the mechanical empire would send human diplomats soon. Zane could handle the negotiations from a position of strength. We'd just eaten their divine attack dog and shattered their sacred soul in the same night. That's leverage. I was already thinking about the implications when I noticed 2 things. First, the cat was right next to me, like uncomfortably close, sniffing me, examining me with those big, curious cat eyes that were simultaneously saying, "Is this really you?" And "You smell different." And "I have 13 years of questions." And "Please don't notice I'm being sentimental." Second, curled up in a loop of my tail was a tiny jackal, puppy-sized. The original jackal consciousness. The real one that had been trapped and tortured inside the blood corruption for who knows how long. Stripped of its divine portfolio. Stripped of its faith. Stripped of everything. Just a scared, exhausted, impossibly small baby jackal sleeping in my coils. The mechanical god's sincerity, its peace offering. Giving me back the husk of the god it had enslaved and used up. How generous. A broken toy, returned after all the batteries were drained. I looked at the sleeping baby jackal, then at the cat, who was pretending very hard not to be emotional about any of this. Then I looked up at the night sky, where my Mobius ring was already converting the blood jackal's massive corrupted energy into clean, usable divine power. Score for tonight. 1 sacred soul eaten in the north, 1 blood jackal eaten in the south, 1 new, extremely damaged, subordinate god acquired, 1 cat god reunited, 1 divine ceasefire negotiated, and the mechanical empire learning a very expensive lesson about poking snakes. Not bad for a Tuesday. So the jackal was dead, the cat was here, and the entire Silver City had just experienced the most terrifying 5 minutes of their lives, followed by the most reassuring divine light show I could muster. Pretty standard Tuesday night at this point. Let me tell you about the aftermath, because honestly, the citizens' reactions were the best part. Down in the streets, everyone was processing what had just happened in their own beautiful, very human way. One old lady was clutching her chest. That giant wolf nearly gave me a heart attack. I had a vision of blood and dead bodies everywhere. It was like a nightmare, but I was awake. A middle-aged guy next to her was putting on his best, I totally wasn't scared face. Oh, that? Yeah, the church newspaper explained it. First time seeing a god, you get scary visions. Totally normal. I wasn't worried at all. Our Silver Lord obviously had it handled. His wife cut him off immediately. You? Not worried. I saw you almost wet yourself when you snapped out of the vision. Don't even try. Classic marriage energy. Even divine warfare can't stop a wife from publicly destroying her husband's ego. Then an old man stepped in with what turned out to be a genuinely beautiful little speech about faith and gratitude. How the world had changed. How they were lucky to have a god who actually cared. How their ancestors' stubborn devotion across 1,000 years was the reason they had divine protection now. Our most precious human quality is our determination, the old man said. It's what brought us from the savage ages to this era of prosperity. And it's what brought our Lord back to us. Nice words. Very moving. Everyone nodded respectfully, and then immediately went back to talking about dinner prices and whether they'd get a raise this month. Because that's humans. An old man delivers a sermon about eternal faith and the cosmic significance of their existence. And the crowd goes, "Yeah, that's nice, but have you seen what bread costs lately?" And you know what? I love that about them. Seriously. Because that's exactly the kind of faith I've been building. Not the crazy, throw yourself on a bonfire type. Not the abandon your family and pray 20 hours a day type. Just normal people, living normal lives, who happen to believe a giant snake is looking out for them. They say a prayer at dinner. They nod when someone mentions the Silver Lord. They feel a little safer knowing I'm up on the mountain. That's enough. That's more than enough. Through Zane and the church, I'd been very deliberately shaping what faith in me looked like. And the message was simple: don't be a fanatic. The church newspapers, which were basically my PR department, had been publishing this stuff constantly. The Silver Lord does not want you to abandon your life to worship him. The Silver Lord's true believers are people who love life, treat others well, and are kind to their neighbors. Extreme religious behavior is not approved by the Silver Lord and may result in divine punishment. Be warm to friends and strangers. Be a storm to enemies. Being nice to people who want to hurt you just gets you hurt. Was I plagiarizing from my past life's knowledge of healthy religious philosophy mixed with basic common sense? Absolutely. Did it work perfectly in this context? Also absolutely. The citizens ate it up. A God who tells you, just be a decent person and we're good. In a world where every other religion demands extreme devotion, ritual sacrifices, or total submission. That's revolutionary. That's the divine equivalent of a boss who says, just do your job well and go home on time. The old nobles trying to buy their way into divine favor by donating money and performing elaborate prayers? Sorry, doesn't work like that. The factory worker who shares his lunch with a coworker and says, praise the Lord, once a week? That's my guy. That's the faith I want. And here's the business genius of it. This approach actually generates more sustainable faith energy than fanaticism. 1 million casual believers living happy, stable lives produce steadier, cleaner faith than 10,000 screaming zealots. Quality over quantity. Contentment over desperation. Modern faith management. The church explicitly warned against extreme behavior. If you think being a true believer means abandoning worldly things and obsessing over divine power, you're wrong. The Silver Lord will actually punish that kind of thinking. This was aimed directly at all those opportunists who'd been showing up at the church going, I'll pray super hard if you give me magic powers. Sorry, bud. That's not how this works. You can't speedrun piety. The God has a spam filter. Anyway, after I healed everyone's mental damage from the jackal's horrifying psychic blood vision, silver starlight, gentle spiritual balm, the usual package, the city calmed down. People started discussing what had happened with the energy of sports fans analyzing a game they'd watched. Did you see that cat, though? Where did that come from? I think it might be one of the Lysexia gods. The legends mention a cat deity. A cat god? Do you think it's the one from those romance novels about? Don't bring up those novels. Please. The cat god speculation was going to be the talk of the town for weeks. Meanwhile, the actual cat god in question was lying next to me in my temple, staring at me with eyes that were somehow simultaneously saying, I'm so happy to see you. I have 1,000 questions, and I will absolutely never admit how worried I was. Cats, even divine ones, emotionally constipated to the core, and curled up in a loop of my tail. The baby jackal, the real one, the original consciousness that had been trapped inside all that corruption, stripped of everything. No divine portfolio, no faith, no power, just a scared, exhausted puppy-sized jackal, shivering and stuttering out its story to me while the cat pretended not to be eavesdropping. 3 gods in my temple tonight. 1 enormous snake. 1 elegant cat. 1 traumatized baby jackal. The Lysexia divine family was growing. And somewhere out there, a mechanical god was nursing a grudge, a continent of nations was plotting against me, and an entire world was slowly waking up to the reality that the age of gods had returned. But right now, in this quiet moment in my silver temple, with a cat who'd waited 13 years and a jackal who'd survived hell, this felt pretty good. So there I was in my temple, interrogating a jackal the size of a hamster about its entire life story. And honestly, it was kind of pathetic. The little black-backed jackal, stripped of its divine portfolio, its faith, its power, basically everything except the ability to shiver, was spilling its guts like a suspect in a cop show who just wants to go home. I swear I didn't mean to attack you. The crazy stuff I said about all divine lords deserving to die, that was the corruption talking, not me. I would never. Then it got to the real panic point. Please don't tell my boss what I said. Its boss being the elephant god, the divine lord of the Ganathia pantheon, the guardian in strength, deity. A massive, quiet, dignified elephant who apparently ran his divine family like a very stern but fair father figure. And this little jackal, whose divine portfolio had been shadow and ambush, had apparently been harboring secret resentment toward its elephant boss for centuries. Not huge resentment, just that low level. My manager doesn't appreciate me, kind of grumbling that everyone who's ever had a job understands. Kept it bottled up, never said a word. Then the faith corruption hit, and it was like divine truth serum. Every petty complaint, every hidden frustration, every, "I could do better if they'd just give me a chance," thought came pouring out as homicidal rage directed at all divine lords everywhere. Classic. Absolutely classic. Office politics transcend species boundaries apparently. The jackal's actual story was pretty sad though. It woke up from the 1,000-year sleep, immediately got hit with faith corruption driving it toward insanity, tried to cut away the corrupted parts of its divine portfolio before things got worse, and got captured by the mechanical empire's church before it could finish. The mechanical god slapped a gear collar on the corrupted version, kept the original consciousness barely alive as a steering wheel for the berserk body, and filed it under weapons. Divine, disposable, one each. Then they pointed it at me and pressed launch. Poor thing never had a chance. Now here's what really got my attention. The Ganathia Pantheon's territory? It's where the mechanical empire currently sits. The elephant god's entire homeland is under mechanical occupation. Every temple site monitored. Every faith tradition suppressed. Any god that wakes up in that region gets immediately captured. It's a divine roach motel. Gods check in, they don't check out.